Okay. Hi. Oh, that is very loud. Could I ask everyone to maybe come and sit? I think we should start because we have a rather tightly packed agenda. And we only have our former director, Nicola, for a little bit before he has to go to class. Hi, Nicola.
Good morning. Good morning, Wouter. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. And in fact, it's nothing short of a privilege and, of course, a pleasure to be amongst you, albeit virtually, to introduce this conference and the book on which it's premised. So thanks so much to my former ETUI colleagues for inviting me and for involving me. This project emerged a couple of years ago during the darkest days of the COVID-19 pandemic, if you can remember those days. And it was almost a paradox, I think, that amidst the chaos, tragedy, and yes, the darkness of those days, some of the structural weaknesses and inadequacies of our economic systems, our societal arrangements, and at times even our lifestyle became crystal clear. There was, you may remember, even a certain consensus, a consensus even across the political spectrum, that our societies, our economic systems were incredibly fragile, our safety nets were utterly and visibly inadequate, and that 40 years of neoliberalism and more recently a decade of austerity had created a society that was not resilient at all, where unprecedented, grotesque levels of inequality and unsustainable models of production and even consumption required and dictated the need for a profound rethinking of the way in which our economic and social systems operated. There was no shortage of analogies to try to encapsulate how momentous those days were. We went as far as saying that that was the equivalent of a world war, the one that our generations had never experienced, and that once again it fell on us, you may remember these words, to build back better. Now let me fast forward to these days where the cost of living crisis, now in its second year, and a progressive retrenchment of some of the ambitions towards a just climate transition in various European capitals, including, of course, London, but also including Brussels, I'm afraid, have somewhat thrown into the dustbin of the large dustbin of empty political promises, many of the aspirations, many of the hopes, and yes, many of the promises that were so clear back then. But it's projects like this one, it's books like this one that remind everyone that there was and that there is a need for transformative ideas, ideas that can bring forward a new set of societal arrangement, a new social contract inspired by the values of equality, sustainability, and justice, a new socio-ecological contract, as the cover of the book alludes to. This book and this event are not just a testimony to that need. Today, in the course of today's proceedings, you will be listening to speakers, all friends of the labor movement, that will share with you novel, original, disruptive, but also feasible and transformative ideas for a better future. These ideas are often unsettling, they can be uncomfortable, they may even feel untimely, premature. And this is, I think, the mark of a genuine transformative project. Yesterday, we celebrated the first year since the adoption of the Adequate Minimum Wages Directive. A great piece, a great example of transformative legislation. You will all remember that when the idea of a European minimum wage instrument was being discussed, even just ventilated a decade ago, it was labeled exactly as that, impractical, impossible, visionary, and not in a good way. So please brace yourselves for a day of visionary solutions to many of our society's problems. It's going to be quite a ride. You will hear about, yes, new green taxes, job guarantees, labor rights for everyone, basic income guarantees. Some of it will be genuinely unsettling, we can promise you that. And I like to think that it is the mark of a strong, self-confident and vital labor movement that projects such as this one have taken place at the ETUI, the Research and Training Center of the ETUC, in times like these. It's a real privilege to be here with you introducing this event. It's a real privilege to be back, albeit very shortly, because as Wouter pointed out, I will have to go and teach a class now that I'm back in my new old job. And I would like to wish the proceedings of today to achieve not just the launch of a book, but also the launch of a transformation that will take place in the coming years. Thank you very much, and please enjoy.
Thank you very much, Nicola. It is great that Nicola was able to welcome us a bit in this, because the project and the book that we're launching and presenting here today are really a brainchild of his and the brilliant colleagues he engaged in it. And it was a pleasure to work on it with him and see how it went along and how he gave it shape and made it work. And I think if you all go back from this conference and have some time, look at the book. It really is full of very interesting chapters, very interesting ideas that all tackle this issue. As Nicola said, that came out of the pandemic, the idea that something wasn't working as it should. There were too many crises, there's too much inequality, and there are things that need to be done about it. And this book really tries to take some sort of blue sky, out of the box thinking, and come with new transformative ideas that may not be relevant for the next 5 or even 10 years, but still can help give us thoughts for later, or may already be relevant. So I don't know to what extent my panel has already arrived, because as you may know and may have noticed, we have a bit of an unlucky circumstance in that there is also a demonstration and a strike of a lot of the public transport sector workers today, a strike against, a demonstration against a new law proposed in Belgium that would curtail the right to demonstration and strike. So we made the difficult decision here to go ahead with the event because we have people coming from abroad who had already made plans, and we decided to go ahead. But we do, of course, stand in solidarity with the workers who are demonstrating today and understand that some people will not make it here because they are either hindered by the strike or will be joining the demonstration later today. So without further ado, let me see if my panel for the first session is here. I see Claes-Mikael, so we have the very first speaker, which means I can already start some of the panel. Do we also have Laura de Bonfils? Perfect. Good morning, Laura. I don't know if I pronounced correctly, but has Iris Vark arrived? Oh, thank you so much. Good morning. This is a slightly unconventional way of calling the panel up. I don't see Olivier or Colm yet. 5 minutes? Okay. Shall we maybe just take a coffee for 5 minutes and wait a bit? Or do we start? Yeah, we start. Okay. Yes, but he was still on a call and I wasn't sure whether he needed the next 5 minutes, but we're given the go-ahead. And Colm, I think, might be stuck in the strike as he has to come from the other side of Brussels. So that I think we start and we'll see if he is able to join us. With some luck, he is at some point. So let me already welcome you three very warmly and very gratefully that you can join us. So in this panel today, we're talking about the ways of reducing inequalities as a central objective. Now, this is obviously a very big topic. And it's also a very central topic in the book. It's actually the whole premise of it. And what we wanted to do with the conference today is not just a book launch. So we are very happy that there are eminent authors who worked on the book, but not all of them are here, and that they are here present to talk about their ideas. But what we thought was very relevant is to also have external voices from the trade union movement, from the Commission, from the civic society, and all layers of society in Europe to discuss these ideas and discuss the topics as well. It doesn't have to be a discussion of the chapters, but a discussion of the topics to get as wide a range of discussion going as possible. So the way this panel is built up is that we'll have an hour and a half, and I'll give each member of the panel first 5 to 10 minutes, and I'll be relatively strict to the 10 minutes, within reason, of course. And then there should be time for some discussion and open questions. For this panel, we are joined by Claes-Mikael Stahl. Thank you very much. The Deputy General Secretary. He's here instead of Esther Lynch, who couldn't make it. But we're very, very pleased you could join us, Claes-Mikael. We also are joined by Iris Vark, the Head of Unit for Social Policies and Child Guarantee at the DG Employment. Correct? Correct. Perfect. That's already one important thing I need to do correctly. And we're very happy you could join us and give us a perspective from the work you do at the Commission and your unit on this important issue of inequalities. Laura de Bonfils is the Secretary General of Social Platform, a civic society organization. And we're very happy, I can't see you from here, but we're very happy you can join us. Thank you so much. And we're very happy you're able to join us today. And then once they're ready, we'll be joined by two authors of the book, Olivier de Schutter, who is a professor among others, but is also the UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty. And then Colm O'Kinnaid, who is a professor at University College London, focusing specifically on human rights law. And they wrote two of intriguing chapters in the book, Olivier focusing on inequality and the way in which poverty reduction and the green transition are often juxtaposed, from the idea that we need money to fund the green transition, and the fact that actually if we switch our mindset a little bit, you can see these two are very are able to be resolved together and jointly. And then Colm O'Kinnaid talks us through equality law and the role that can play in the fraught landscape of how, even though we all live in democratic societies, where equality is really the groundstone of everything, this is of course not always as equally enforced and as well enforced and enshrined in law. And he talks about human rights law as sort of touchstone for this. I'm looking at Kalina because she's much more of an expert on this matter than I am. But so without further ado, let us start. I wanted to first ask Claes-Mikael whether you could give us the view of the ETUC and the mandate given at the Berlin Congress on a fair deal of workers on this topic. And I'll time you for about 10 minutes, and then a very annoying alarm will go off. So
thank you, Walter, and thank you for the invitation. And it's very good to be here, of course. And in the invitation, you asked me if I had a photo or an image that I wanted to use, and I've been thinking about that, and I've come up with an image, and it's the pen. The pen. So I can try to stand it up like this. It will try to fall. It will fall. You know that. And what is the metaphor here? It seems to be the same thing with inequality. No matter society, no matter age, in which time period, you will always find a very strong tendency for inequality to rise and become bigger in all societies. So how do we deal with that? The obvious metaphor to use here is the mug. You put the pen in a mug and it's not falling anymore. And I want to talk a little bit about the pen and the mug and to see what we can do with it. I think the mug, more or less in all modern democratic societies, consists of five things, the big five when it comes to equality. First one being trade unions. Strong trade unions that can negotiate and change the outcome of market forces, both on a collective level, on branch levels, on individual levels, And that's one of the most important elements of a well-functioning MUG. Second one is the welfare state. We need a strong welfare state that ensures that possibilities in life are distributed somewhat equally. We're born into inequality. We live our lives in inequality. And I think that the welfare state changes that to a great extent. Well, that's at least what it should be doing. Change the possibilities in life. Third big inequality adjusting instrument is, of course, tax policies. Good tax policy ensures that one could equal out income and many other things, and economic values in a society. Fourthly, sorry, I just have to use my glasses. Schools, of course. Schools and training. Again, schools and training. I mean, there are a few things that can change the trajectory so much in a person's life as a teacher that's successful at work, inspiring students to choose career paths and so on. But also training in work, at work, upskilling, reskilling, ensure that we have the competences to deal with things. And fifth, maybe not finally, but very importantly, equality between men and women, active policies that ensure that you get, well, from a trade union perspective, of course, the same wage. What we see in almost everywhere is that as soon as you have a branch which is dominated by women, wages and working conditions will also be worse. Totally unacceptable, and that's something where I think one has to work all the time. So I think those 5 things constitutes the MUG, more or less. Some of you will argue for other things, and I think one of the chapters that I think it's maybe Colm, you also talk about rights as a way of doing that, and I'm not saying that it's wrong or anything like that, but it is a complement. I think it's clear from your article too that it's a complement to all this, the big 5s. I think the big battle that we've been in as trade unions and as reformists or whatever you want to call us has been the battle about what constitutes the market. Is it the market forces that should be doing this, and a very neoliberals, they will say that it's market forces that give the fair and the just outcome, and the how much the pan will lean, how much inequality will have. Well, the market will be much fairer in doing that. And if you are on the other side, you will of course argue that's certainly not the case. And I think experience shows very clearly that it is not the case. It has to be democratic forces that come in to play and do this. Of course, now looking forward, I'm not sure, because this, you're a bit pessimistic in the beginning, I think, and I don't share that pessimism. In fact, I'm very optimistic. Coming out of COVID, coming out of the long period of neoliberalism, I would say that we now can see the return of the state, the return of the legislature, the return of trade unionism, and I think that the demonstration out here is a very good example of that. I think trade unions are becoming much more fighting unions. We're back where we started. It's much more of a social struggle, and I must say from where I see things, I'm rather optimistic about the future. And we adopted this Berlin Manifesto at their Congress, the ETUI Congress in Berlin in May, and I won't go through it. I will make sure that I'm sure that the colleagues here will make sure that it is distributed, but it is really a program for a renewed trade union movement in Europe. Of course, there are limits to what we can do at the ETUC at the European level, but we very strongly believe in and advocate for trade union renewal and ways to go forward. And I'm very much looking forward to engage in that discussion later on. So this as an introduction and start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claes-Mikael, for keeping to the time and for giving a very short introduction on essentially trade unionism and its great benefits in general. And I think I share your optimism. I think there has indeed been a big return of the state and of what is possible, and showing that with investment and with trade unions and with everyone involved, there are changes possible, which makes it all the more important to think of what those changes should be and what the possibilities should be there. So thank you very much for your intervention. Now, I don't know if Olivier is already available, but maybe we pass through to Colm. Second, if you're willing to, if you've already caught your breath. And thank you so much for joining us, which I can only imagine must have been somewhat of a struggle, but I'm very happy you can make it. So you come at this issue of inequality from a very different angle. In your chapter, you highlight how it is enshrined, at least rhetorically stated, as crucial within constitutional democracies, but the laws enshrining it are upheld by countries subject to political debates. And you put forward the importance of a rights-based approach as maybe not a panacea, or though you very clearly say not a panacea, but at least not something to be sneered at and forgotten either. As you show, it does have already shows effects and can be important. And I wanted to ask you to expand on this and to give your view on this issue. So again, I'll give 10 minutes, and if, unlike Claes-Mikael, you don't keep the 10 minutes, an annoying alarm will go off.
Excellent. Great. Thank you very much. I like annoying alarms. Apologies to my fellow speakers for arriving a little bit late. I am currently in Tervuren on the east side of the city, and my wife and I had to drop our kids off and to school before coming in, and I have shown my solidarity with today's strike action by walking very quickly from Schumann roundabout all the way here at a pace, and I nearly killed myself in front of Botanique because crossing the road, all to show my dedication to the cause, so to speak. But it is a great pleasure for me to be here this morning, and I'd like to pick up and develop some of the themes I discussed in my chapter for the book, which has already been mentioned. I think we are at a very, very, very interesting moment. I think Claes-Mikael has very accurately captured much of what we are seeing. We are seeing political turbulence and uncertainty. We are seeing reasons for concern, the emergence of turbocharged ethno-nationalism in a way that we haven't seen for a long time. Or at least in a way that was often camouflaged for a very, very long time, has now become overt and explicit. But at the same time, we also, this period of turbulence, and some of calling it permanent crisis, it also creates interesting opportunities. There's new dynamic, new challenges, and new potential. And Claes-Mikael, I think, was entirely right to pick out the major development, I think, which has been the return of the state. The idea that state shouldn't intervene in markets, the idea that the state had a sort of residual night watchman role, as Hayek once described it, is an idea which had policy making in the Western world in its grip for 2, 3, 4 decades, perhaps, and it's interesting to see how quickly that grip has crumbled. And it's interesting to see how this grip has crumbled on all sides across the full political spectrum, from the right to the left. That brings, of course, its own challenges. The return of the state from a sort of left progressive perspective, with the state intervening far more to regulate the market, to boost social protection and so on, brings great opportunities. The right, the state intervening more from a hard right ethno-nationalist perspective also brings its own its own challenges. It's interesting for me, by the way, as an Irish person currently resident in Belgium, but who is working in London, to see, for example, the current ideological chaos going on within the Conservative Party of the United Kingdom, which has switched from being Thatcherite neoliberal to an entire constellation of different political positions, but is increasingly going in an ethno-nationalist direction. And it's interesting to see that turbulence. But it is a time of potential as well as a time of tension. And I think Claes-Mikael's intervention captured that extremely well. Having said that, whereas he was very optimistic, I want to be a little bit more, I want to mix in the optimism with some pessimism, or at least grounds for us to be somewhat wary. If you go back in time 10 years ago, when the crumbling of neoliberalism began in the wake of the 2008 economic crisis, and with the huge intellectual, political, social challenge to neoliberalism that was launched by the Occupy movements and by the huge new intellectual and popular surge of interest in the concept of inequality, driven by the work of Thomas Piketty and others, the slogan of the sort of the 1% versus the 99% and so on. It was a very exciting time intellectually, in particular in the universities, inequality, which had in many ways in danger of being squeezed out, of becoming a very narrow concept, concerned very much with discrimination law, very narrowly defined, was suddenly back on the agenda. But the last 10 years have shown us that the invocation of equality of a slogan, of sort of saying we must fight the elites, that we must ensure greater equality across society, has, continuing the theme of my talk, great potential, but also great challenges. Because of course, it can act as a tremendous mobilizing slogan and platform for those on the progressive left, for trade union activists, for civil society activists, and so on. But of course, it can also be used quite aggressively in other ways. With the elite being defined as sort of well-paid trade union officials, whoever they are, the academic elite, lawyers, civil university professors like me, and so on. And of course, equality can be reconfigured. It is very important for us to protect our own people and not others, or those at the margins who aren't really of the group that we are supposed to protect. So it's a way a concept that has great transformative progressive potential, but also can be, if you want, manipulated, mutated, turned in ways that can be quite dangerous. And we have seen that, I think, to some extent. We have seen the politics of equality and inequality become quite mired, as I put it in the chapter, quite caught in tensions between the meaning of who becomes part of the group who are entitled to special concern, who are the persons who are to be treated as the equals, and who are the outsiders, who are the in-group, who are the out-group, who should we be concerned with. And this, I think, presents a challenge for all of us. In my chapter, I return to an old theme, the role of human rights law, equality law, human rights discourse more generally in all of this. And you will sometimes see people argue, and I think, this is quite a respectable argument in many ways, and it has old antecedents in left-wing socialist thought, that rights talk is potentially very dangerous. It's potentially very limiting. It's potentially very conformist. That human rights law, non-discrimination law, and so on is very easy to manipulate by governments, very easy to domesticate, very easy for it to become a sort of plaything of courts and governments, and for it to be reduced of much radical transformative content. And there are those who would argue, well, it's time to move away from the rights talk, that it sort of made a lot of sense in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, but its time has come and gone. But in the chapter, I argue there is a danger here, that yes, rights talk is always going to be perhaps a supplement to some of our deeper political, economic, and social struggles for greater equality, for greater justice, greater dignity, and so on. But it's nevertheless, I think, an important supplement, precisely because of these problems in these issues in the debate about who is in, who is out, who is a proper citizen, who is an outsider in some way. Because rights talk challenges attempts to draw those boundaries. It has universalist ambitions, and in both law and politics, it still provides an important avenue for challenging the views of those who would try and, try and limit the scope of concern of the state. So I will conclude by, again, coming back to Claes-Mikael's speech, saying yes, the state has returned, but it's precisely because of this return of the state that human rights law, equality law, rights discourse becomes important, precisely because it's a useful mechanism and way of thinking that challenges attempts to narrow the scope of concern of the state, forces the state to be concerned with everyone and not just the favored few or the favored groupings, which the state looks on benevolently while others are cast into the shadows. So that's a fairly general discussion, allowing me to recover from my run, but I hope it's useful. And of course, you can find more detail in the chapter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colm. That was excellent and very well on time as well. And thank you very much for sharing that. I'm sure we'll give a lot of food for discussion later on as well. So now we are joined by Professor Olivier Schutter. Thank you very much for joining us. And now let's see if I can make the PowerPoint work, because some of you may have seen I was slightly trying to figure it out as we sat here. So let's see, I have to share it in the Zoom. Can people see it? Okay, and now let's see if I can maximize it. Good, this is the view we want, right?
Great, thank you.
Please, Olivier, 10 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, let me apologize for arriving a bit late on the panel. There was a confusion linked to the time difference between Brussels and Gwangju in Korea, where there is now a World Human Rights Cities Forum taking place, at which I had to address, and I thought it was at 8 in the morning. It was at 9. And so that explains my delay. My very sincere apologies. What I would like to do in the 10 minutes I've been allocated is highlight perhaps the messages that in the chapter that we wrote together with Kate Pickett and Richard Wilkinson, we presented as part of the book. The title of the chapter is Equality as an Ingredient for a Post-Growth World. And we start with a very simple finding that for many years, our model of development was premised on what we call the Fordist compromise. And of course, it's the picture of Henry Ford that is here for those of you who have not recognized him already. The Fordist compromise was about essentially ensuring a constant social progress by economic growth, and the right-left divide throughout the 20th century was not about whether we needed growth. it was about how to create growth. The right having its own recipes of, fiscal responsibility and the creation of a business-friendly investment climate, and the left having its own responses based in the Keynesian view that demand should be stimulated by raising wages and social protection so as to avoid a crisis developing into a recession as a result of a lack of sufficient demand. And the debate between the left and the right was about how to create growth. It was also about how to divide up the benefits of growth. And the compromise was roughly that if you created more wealth in society, 1/3 went to the shareholders, the owners of the company, 1/3 went to the workers, wages increasing with productivity gains, and 1/3 went to the state in the form of taxes that allowed it to finance public services and social protection. And what we try to argue is that this does not work anymore. It does not work anymore, and we need something else. But the usual response given to the current predicament we face is we need to achieve social justice within planetary boundaries. So we need to take into account the new ecological emergency that we are all aware of. But there is a trade-off between reducing poverty by public services and economic and social rights, social protection schemes, and the risk of exploding planetary boundaries, which has become largely the conventional way of describing the ecological crisis. So there's a trade-off there. However, we need economic growth, both to finance poverty reduction, social protection, public services, and to address the environmental challenge, because we need to invest in renewable energies, infrastructure for public transport, the insulation of buildings, and so on. So the basic idea, the dominant narrative of social justice within planetary boundaries is let us grow the economy and then spend some of this on reducing poverty, some of this on addressing the ecological crisis, and there is a trade-off between the two. And in many ways, the success of the donut economics approach that has its source in this donut presented by Kate Raworth is becoming the conventional way of framing the debate, right? And I think it's a fantastic job Kate has done by presenting this donut as a way to get us thinking and to create a consensus. However, note that one implicit and unintended message that emanates from this donut is that there's a trade-off between well-being and planetary boundaries. The more you provide well-being, the more you risk crossing the ecological thresholds, and so there's a trade-off, a compromise to be struck between the two. And Kate Pickett, Richard Wilkinson, and myself, we believe we can think things differently. We believe there's a different narrative that can be focused on reducing inequalities. And we propose a narrative in this chapter that is based on essentially two ideas. First, to achieve the ecological transition or transformation, we can focus on measures that will not create this trade-off with poverty reduction. For example, if you focus on triple dividend measures, as I proposed in the report to the UN General Assembly presented in October 2020, we can avoid the measures adopted to address the ecological crisis, creating the risk of poverty and imposing disproportionate sacrifices on people living on low incomes, as might, for example, a carbon tax. Triple dividend measures are measures that achieve three things at the same time. One, reducing our ecological footprint, the environmental impacts of our ways of producing and consuming. Secondly, creating jobs for people with low levels of qualification. And thirdly, ensuring that goods and services essential for a decent life are affordable for households living on low incomes. These are triple dividend measures, measures that tick the three boxes. Let me give you two examples. The insulation of buildings is a way, of course, to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that result from heating buildings. It's a way to create jobs in the construction sector. And thirdly, it's a way to reduce the electricity bills of households living in houses that will be better insulated. A second example is investing in public transport, right? You reduce, of course, the pollution from individual cars. You create jobs for the buses, the trams, the metros, the trains that have to run when they are not on strike, of course. And at the same time, you ensure that the right to mobility does not depend on the possibility to have access to an individual car. So that's the first message. The second message is we need to focus away from GDP growth, having to be pursued at all costs, towards reducing inequalities. And we put forward in the paper 5 key arguments to put the fight against inequalities at the heart of the ecological transformation. So much so that we believe no ecological transformation can be achieved without also addressing the question of inequalities. First, most obviously, if you are in a highly unequal society with huge gaps between the rich and the poor, you will need more growth to reduce poverty, because whatever wealth is created will not benefit much to people who are at the bottom of the ladder. Instead, if you have a more equal society, any incremental wealth creation will benefit the 40% poorest, or the 20% poorest, or the 10% poorest. So that's the first obvious reason why the fight for equality or against inequality is key to succeeding in this ecological transformation. The second argument we put forward is that today poverty should not be seen in absolute terms as providing low-income households with a basic basket of goods and services to avoid extreme destitution. Poverty should be understood as social exclusion. You are poor today, even if you have adequate housing, if you can put food on the table, if you can have access to healthcare. You are poor if you can't meet social expectations because you are not as rich as others. And for example, the great sociologist Peter Townsend says the following, and I'm not going to quote Peter Townsend, but basically the message is, you are poor today, you feel socially excluded if you can't meet the social expectations that are rising as general affluence increases, right? So for example, not being able to send your kids to what we call in Belgium, classe verte, the 1 week that per year that they spend in the woods and so on. Or if you can't buy them the right equipment for them to go to the football team and so on. So poverty should be discussed not in absolute but in relative terms, and this is also what people in poverty say about their experience of poverty. And I refer here to the work done by ATD Fourth World with Oxford University, particularly Rachel Bray and others who speak about poverty in those terms, right? Poverty for them is humiliation, it's discrimination, it's not just about lack of income. So that's the second argument. The third argument is the search for growth as a precondition for addressing everything else is actually becoming counterproductive. And we know many policies that in the name of pursuing growth have actually led to more social exclusion, more inequalities. Although growth was seen as a tool for reducing poverty and inequality. And the best example is, since the 1980s and 90s, the very strong push towards economic globalization, right? Lowering barriers to trade and investment in the hope that large companies would achieve economies of scale and would be able to control global logistical chains to put people to work in low-wage jurisdictions, to allow mass production, to allow for mass consumption to take place. And that search for growth is counterproductive. Branko Milanovic, the great economist working on inequalities, has shown this, studying the period 1989 to 2009, basically between the fall of the Berlin Wall and the great financial crisis, 2 decades of incredibly fast economic globalization, during which many people gained, right? The average increase in income was 24% over those 20 years, but some people gained much less than others. And in our rich societies, some groups were completely left out from this general progress. These are the groups here on the right hand of the elephant curve, people who are still comparatively rich in global terms, right? If you treat the world's population as one single entity, poorly qualified workers in the U.S. Rust Belt or in some regions of Southern Europe, they're still relatively better off than the Chinese or the Malaysians. But their revenues have stagnated during those 20 years of globalization, when the richest in rich societies have seen their revenues significantly increase. So the gaps have increased. And these people feel left out, they feel excluded, they feel vulnerable, and they vote for Brexit, they vote for Trump. That is where the populists can gain popularity. And the book by Angus Deaton and Anne Keyes, Deaths from Despair, describes those people, right? It describes the poorly qualified white workers in the US whose life expectancy has diminished in recent years because of suicide, because of drug abuse, because of alcohol consumption. In other terms, these people are desperate. They have no hope. And that is because the general progress of society has left them out. They have not benefited from this. I have no time to spend on this. And I'm finishing with 2 sentences, the 2 last arguments. Fourth, equal societies mean some major economic actors will veto significant change. They are in a position to convert their economic dominance into political influence and veto change. That's one major impact of inequalities not being addressed. Fifth and finally, but it is on this 5th argument that we spend most of the time we have, not in my presentation, but in the chapter, it is that inequality stimulates types of consumption that are unsustainable. And we discuss in the chapter the findings by psychologists, specialists of the behavior of consumer, that show how in unequal societies people consume in order to rank themselves within society, right? Something that Thorsten Veblen, the Norwegian-born American economist who wrote the theory of the leisure class in 1899, had already noted with his notion of conspicuous consumption, right? This is consumption driven by status anxiety. You fear that you will not be able to remain within the middle class. You fear you will be degraded if all the others see their incomes increase and yours stagnate, and your consumption is really a way for you to reassure yourself and to reassure your neighbors, your family, your in-laws, that you actually are able to rank yourself within society. And that kind of consumption, stimulated by the search for social status and by social anxiety, is a kind of consumption that is deeply unsustainable it results in frivolous items being consumed and the last gadgets being bought in order to show you can afford them. And that kind of unsustainable consumption is what is fueled by inequality. In societies that are much more equal, that kind of consumption is much less common. And therefore, the fight against inequality is really also a fight for the sustainability of our consumption practices. This is what I might have developed in 2 hours' time. I thank you for being so patient with me.
No, this is a perfect ending.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
It's the best ending I could imagine. Thank you very much. Sorry, I got too excited to react to wait for the applause. But thank you very much for the presentation. Really interesting. And I think indeed it's very, please, for all people in the audience, do read the book when you have more time. Because there's a lot, the arguments are hinted at here, but they're very well developed and it's very interesting to follow and read. And here indeed it's very nice to see this link you make between, on the one hand, inequality and that really making it more difficult to tackle the challenges we need to tackle. And I think that's a really crucial point that comes out of this. So on this note, I would turn to the, wait, because I've got my... On this note, I would ask that we move to our fourth speaker, Mr. Svank, who I cannot see here because he's in the middle, but thank you very much for joining us. So you are the head of unit at DG Empl, working on the child guarantee and social policy as well, right? And thank you very much for being able to join us and giving us your perspective on these topics. I wanted to ask you specifically, we've heard now different points on these issues of inequalities within Europe, first division of the ETUI, and the positions taken by Olivier and Colm. And from your position within the European Commission, could you please expand on how this issue of inequality is seen and addressed, and what role you see for instance, these proposals, and also in the book there's more expansion on pre-distribution rather than redistribution as a way of tackling inequality. But obviously there's only 10 minutes and there's only so much you can say. So please let us know your views. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Many thanks for inviting us to join the panel. At the beginning, you were talking about disruptive ideas. I'm not sure if I will be able to bring disruptive ideas from the perspective of the Commission, but okay, I'll try to maybe mention some aspects that are relevant for the discussion today. I mean, there was at the beginning there was a little bit of discussion on optimism versus pessimism in where we are and in terms of the future. I mean, if you look at it from the EU perspective, I think we're still on relatively good grounds if we compare ourselves to the rest of the world and to the US. As well, in terms of the levels of inequality and the trends. And I will mention a bit later. This is also demonstrated by the fact that at least on the EU level, in the recent years, we at least we believe we have done quite a lot in the areas of social and employment policies, sort of accelerating some initiatives that help also to address inequalities. There was also a few maybe hints of how do we actually look at or assess progress in our societies. The most common shortcut is, we look at GDP, we look at growth. But I think also on our level, but more and more we see that there is a need to look at sort of the beyond GDP approach and to understand what is actually sort of the measure of success of developing our society. So this is a constant struggle. There are now, for example, discussions with member states on sort of what do we, or how do we account for social investment. And I think even the word social investment is something that we need to explain. That it's not a cost. It's actually an investment. At least from the perspective of my department, we look at it that way. So this is what I see as a sort of one of the challenges that we have, at least the people that are concerned with social policies at the EU level. And in terms of social investment, we just actually came back to something that was discussed at EU level quite some time ago, and that's the social investment package, in whose adoption the Commissioner Andor had a very important role. So that's good that he's here and following up. And in fact, if it's I think from 2013, and if you look at this is super relevant today. We probably wouldn't have changed a word there even now. Okay, so that's a bit of a detour. What we try to do, and I will maybe just mention few random initiatives, because obviously the time is limited. You know about the initiatives that we have taken in terms of the pillar of social rights, minimum wage, more recently minimum income initiative. But there's also one that is directly linked to how we should be look at inequalities, and that's it has unfortunately very difficult title, and it always needs to be explained. It's an initiative on distributional impact assessment, which was adopted last year as a communication from the Commission, and which tries to explain that it's really good for everybody, for the policymakers in member states in particular, when they enact reforms, when they adopt budgetary measures, to do a proper assessment of the impact it would have on different income groups. This is not done systematically. Some countries are more advanced than the others. In some countries, it's taken more seriously than in some others. And this is something we would very much like to promote, because it is a tool that shows you know, how your particular measure, and there are good models to quantify this available. It shows how the different measures actually impact, for example, in our case, the lower income households vis-a-vis the rest. So this is something that we are promoting very much, also in the context of evidence-based policy making. Obviously, when we talk about inequalities, I think the first thing that comes up is the economic inequalities, or inequality of income, but it's not obviously the only angle. The inequality of wealth, that's relatively evident, very difficult to act upon that in terms of policy making, starting very difficult to actually map it. That's a bit of a struggle. But we have also inequality of opportunities. That is something that where we believe we can act more efficiently, although the impact is obviously long term. There, for example, and since you mentioned I'm dealing also with the initiatives like the child poverty, child guarantee. For example, if you look at the participation of children in childcare, there is, across the EU, there is a gap of 20% of children of child participation if you compare the children at risk of poverty and the rest. So, and it's a huge gap, and this is where it starts in terms of inclusion, participation, creating social circles, etc. If at the very start there is a gap of 20%, it cannot certainly help to create equal opportunities. So initiatives addressing equality of opportunities, obviously from earlier ages, is something that is super important to to actually help not only to address economic inequalities later in life, but also to create more, I would say, cohesive society, less divided society. Also, one of the things I'm also dealing with, and that's a third bit in the title of the unit, is it's a social protection committee, and this is basically a forum for member states to discuss their social policies. And I can tell you, it's very challenging and difficult to bring all the currently 27 member states to agree on sort of the one way of looking at things, and then obviously on further on initiatives, etc. So it is a challenge. There are very different political realities that are driven much less by ideology, but more about political struggles in member states, and this obviously gets translated into the way we can or cannot agree on things with member states. One thing that we are relatively, or we are proud of, and we all take for granted, is actually how we look at poverty at the EU level. We look at it as a relative concept, which is not given. I mean, usually, if you go out of the EU, poverty is often measured and looked at a certain level of dollars per day of income. But here, I think, and it demonstrates that we are sort of a bit advanced in terms of policy thinking. There, we look at relative poverty. So how people fare compared to the others. This is what the famous at risk of poverty and social exclusion indicator is based on. And actually, I was also talking about, the member states, etc. Sometimes we get a pushback on this concept as well. Yeah, it's a bit of a constant struggle to sort of keep it high on the agenda. Okay, I'll finish very soon. So let's just sort of take this into account. The concept of relative poverty is something that we do have and we should cherish. Now, I was talking about the many things that EU level has done, obviously within the limits of its competencies. I mean, sometimes when we speak with stakeholders, there is an idea that we just decide something and that happens. No, it doesn't happen that way. So it's a lot of discussions and compromise making with member states in particular to arrive to something. And in that context, we have the pillar of social rights. We have various initiatives stemming from this. There is a countless of them in the pillar action plan. I will not repeat. But the intensity, I think, shows that at least in the recent years, the EU level or the Commission has been very social. And one last point I want to make that illustrates that is how we, not we EU level only, but the member states, including EU level, has responded to the pandemic crisis compared to the response of the financial crisis in 2008. No need to go into depth in explaining, but the responses have been very different in terms of policy actions. And again, I think that this demonstrates that there is a certain development, maybe that leads us to be slightly more optimistic about the future, but there are many challenges ahead that can go in many directions. Anyway, I'll finish here and happy to be part of the discussion later.
Thank you very much also for this overview and the links it makes with the previous discussions, like the extension of poverty and social exclusion and the different dimensions, because indeed, maybe too often still think of income, but it goes beyond that. And also indeed, we've heard from Claes-Mikael and Colm very much about the return of the state, and I think that's never been exemplified quite so much as the EU level actions in the pandemic and beyond, which were far beyond any previous. And you also really see the effects on how that dealt with keeping jobs and keeping inequality in check in the pandemic compared to other continents, for instance. So I think it's very interesting perspectives, and thank you very much. And now for our last set of interesting perspectives, we go to Laura de Bonfils. If I don't know if I pronounce that correctly, but I'm gonna hope, yes. Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to ask if you would like to comment on the discussions we've heard so far on this need and road for more equality and the extent to which this requires maybe a new economic organization from your perspectives as representing civil society fighting for social justice. I think there's quite some interesting perspectives you can offer us on this. So again, 10 minutes, and after that I'll try to subtly give signs. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for inviting me. And as you said, I'm bringing the voice of Social Platform. That is the biggest European network of civil society organizations working on social issues. So collectively, we always say that we unite tens of thousands of organizations and hundreds of millions of people in Europe in all of their diversity. And these people are the most underrepresented in the decision-making process and are the ones that mostly paying our political decisions and policy. Also, they are the most that are the ones that are experiencing the most inequalities in our society. So I'm more on the pessimistic like spectrum. Because it's like looking at some of the, like in the recent years, regardless of some of the measures that we have put in place to limit social consequences, is true our responses have improved, for example, compared to the past crisis, but we still have seen inequalities grow. So yes, the state is intervening more, but we still tend to develop policy that follows the status quo without envisioning radical transformations towards more equal society. So we need discussions like this, and we need these like disruptive ideas that you're put on the table. So this is like very welcome from us. And for example, like if we look at the green transition, and like what we've been doing so far in the green transition, the majority of the measures suggested to focus on mitigating the worst social effect of the climate change mitigation policy. So this has kept ignoring some of the inequalities that are at the base already of our society, that are, for example, power and wealth, that are the root of the climate crisis. So as I read in some articles from ETUI, like we keep treating the symptoms, but not the disease of our society. So we would like the disruptive policy. So because we need to put in place measures that truly transform our system and they will see inequalities if not, we will see the inequalities in all of aspects of our society grow and not to reduce, as we actually seen in the last years. So, for example, as I said in the Green Deal, there are very limited social measures, even though it has the commitment to leave and the pledge to leave no one behind. But so yeah, if we really want to go towards the reduction of inequalities, we should translate this commitment into concrete, robust social measures and focus on redistribution. And this is a lot of what is missing actually in our policies. And so this is why, as also is asked in this book, we really need a real green and social deal in the next legislature. So we, again, going with the ILO Just Transition Guidelines, we need to make the transition to a zero carbon economy in an equitable way and address the existing inequalities that we have, and to seek this and see this as an opportunity to actually change the society. So as civil society, for example, in July, together with many other actors, we have launched a call to action, and we asked policy makers to a real commitment to a socially and environmental just transition. We asked to stop doing our policies in silos. So we asked to strengthen our social protection systems and focus on on increasing the access to affordable and of quality essential, but also social services. So, as I said, we need a European Green Deal based on a truly systemic change approach, and with at the heart policy coherence, because as we've seen, for example, a social platform, we work a lot with the European Pillar of Social Rights, and we are grateful for some of the policies that have been put in place for his implementation in his action plan, but it doesn't contain anything from the environmental side, and vice versa, looking at other policy that address more the climate change, there is not social consideration. So those things need to go hand in hand. And so we agree, for example, a social platform with the proposal put forward by Professor De Schutter and Professor Pickett and Wilkinson, that the fight against inequalities and the degrowth should be at the center, with the degrowth as well as concept at the center of the ecological transformation. So, and we also should reduce the, by the redistribution of wealth, and as well that needs to contribute to transforming the way that our market operates. So we've seen that in the past crisis, that the ones that were already the worst affected by, in society, were the ones that were hit the hardest. Also because they are the ones that are least prepared and least resilient to overcome the crisis that we keep facing. So we've seen that now we have the cost of living crisis, and people are still paying the price, and the people experiencing poverty are actually increasing in our society. So we need to learn these lessons and actually, as I said, put in place more protection for our people. In particular, we need strong and resilient, well-funded social protection systems, and we make sure that everyone has a floor to stand on, but also we need to look at people not only with supporting them to survive, but actually we should support them to thrive in society. And this can be done, as I said, with an ambitious implementation of the Pillar of Social Rights that needs to still be at the center of our policies, and the next Commission should still have it has should still take it into consideration and have a more ambitious approach to it in the review of the action plan in 2025. And before concluding, I would like to focus on two concrete policy actions that as a social platform we advocate for to reduce inequalities. And they should be part, one of them should be part of the renewal of the action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights. So the first one that is very urgent, and we're actually already discussing and working on it, is the review of the European economic governance. And as we need the fiscal space to make the green and social investment to continue on changing our society towards more equitable society, and as well addressing the climate crisis. But actually, the proposal that we have at the moment on the table is not of the fiscal rules. It doesn't sufficiently enable member states to create this fiscal space that they need to invest, and also this fiscal the investments should be actually addressed towards more social investments. So we cannot afford, as we always say together with ETUI, we cannot afford austerity, but actually the proposal that is there, that's what is going to lead us towards. So this is where we need disruptive policy proposal, we need change, and we need to actually be bold and say, okay, we can't afford austerity. So as well, we need a systemic shift towards the well-being economy, as many of the others on this panel have said, and as well, this has to go beyond the GDP measures, and we need to focus on building on fair taxation systems as well, and focus on redistribution. And as I said, directing our investment toward more social and green measures to address the root causes of our unequal society. Then, before concluding, the last proposal that we have, that we would like to see as, it's not really disruptive policy, but it's one of the things the social platform is asking for. It's actually in the review of the action plan for the pillar to have a minimum income directive. Because as we know, the minimum income schemes are one of the last defenses against poverty and precariousness. But actually, when we look, I know that we had council recommendations, but those are soft law. And when we look in 2023, no one of the EU member states has a minimum income schemes that guarantees that people live above the poverty line. So, yeah, so if we're really serious of wanting to reduce inequality and reduce poverty, that's the first measure that we should equip our union with.
Thank you very much for the discussion and for also taking it to the concrete level, which makes it easier to now go into the discussion with the panel. So the way I would propose to do this is that I take a few questions from the audience and online, and then I give you the chance to respond. And in your response, please also take on board any comments you might have for other panelists. It is all a bit tight. We have 20 minutes, so I will try to ask people to keep their questions focused and as specific as possible. And then in the responses, try to be brief, but of course we do have quite some time. Are there any questions in the room or of the panelists to each other? That's also possible. There in the back.
Artificial intelligence will impact all jobs and status because it is now coming. What is your point of view about it as a transformation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll take one more question from the room and then some of the online. Then we'll go back to the panel. Yes, but please, brief questions.
Thank you very much. Good morning, citizens. My name is Angelos Harlaftis, Epavos Advisors, who represent always the ECOWAVES movement, the Pan-European and Mediterranean movement, regional movement, which is based in direct democracy, in science and in ecology. We have seen our movement from around 2005, when we were the first structures of our movement, that this civilization is ending. Last week I spoke to the parliament, to the STOA meeting, that we have to slow down with our research in the artificial intelligence and to augment the research in the laboratory and the clinical trials, speaking in a health sector terminology. So do you really think that discussing in the same level of understanding of the economy is going to give us as Europeans a solution? Because the system is collapsing. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not sure how easy it will be to answer that question, but I'll give everyone a shot. Thank you very much. And then we had some questions in the chat as well. We had a question specifically to Claes-Mikael, talking maybe the 5 items you mentioned, to what extent they are interlinked. So this was education, tax policy, welfare, and trade union, for instance. To what extent you can talk about any specific linkages between those? There was a question from Ronald Janssen at TUAC. There was a question by Godelieve van Heteren on degrowth, which I think was specifically for Olivier. But I think people should be free to tackle that themselves, as of course there was the event last year or beginning of this year. All dates become a blur after a while on the beyond growth aspect, and it's a very highly debated topic. So I don't think we're going to solve it now, but it might be something interesting to have perspectives on. There was a question on distributional impact assessment. Which I have to admit is too complicated for me, so I'll read it later and then a question, yes, on equity and equality. So more talking about equality of opportunities. I think with that we should have enough start of a debate. Shall I just go again in the same order as we started and ask Claes-Mikael to go first, then Colm, then Olivier, then Jiri, and then Laura?
Thank you very much. Yes, very interesting to listen to the colleagues here and also the questions and also some of the reflections that are coming up here for me. I think some of us are quite concerned about describing the cup that I talked about, or understanding what is a good leaning of the pen and so on. And here I think we have different functions to some extent. My job is to get the pen as straight as possible. That's what I have to do as Deputy General Secretary of the ETUC, is to get the pen as straight as possible. Then we can discuss what narratives that are useful and so on. And it is very useful for me to listen to that, but that's my take on it. I can't afford to be pessimistic because in my job, we also have to lead. And when you lead, you have to lead towards a good place. I think we're going towards a good place, sincerely, not only because I have to think so. I think that there is a great number of opportunities for us out there. One thing that strikes me when we're having this discussion is that we haven't talked really about why is inequality, low inequality, a good thing for a society. I think first of all, I think that equality of opportunities, yes, you get social moment, fantastic thing. You don't have that in inequality societies. You're stuck. You're born where you're born, you stay where you're born. In equality societies, we get a moment, social moment. I think that's a fantastic thing, and it's worth to strive for, just for that sake. Second issue is, of course, that we get more social trust, less corruption, better functioning societies at large. We get healthier and happier people because people are happier in equal societies. So that in itself is also worth to strive for. We can, in equal societies, you can also facilitate change. Just transitions become so much easier. The digital one, the green one, and the things that we've been discussing is so much easier in equal societies than in equal societies. And no matter where you stand on the issue on growth being a good or bad thing, you get better functioning economies as well in an equal society. So I think those things, it might be granted for us that we take it in this room as something good, but some of these things are not good for everyone out there. Some people think that it's good. So if you're a convinced neoliberal, you will say, no, inequality is a good thing. It's needed to have a functioning economy. It's needed in order to make people want to strive for social movement and so on. So I think that those are things to mention as well. We have the thing on what to do in Europe, what to do at national level to some extent, and maybe think about the Swedish economist Gunnar Myrdal, who in the 50s wrote a fantastic book it's called World Economy. And he talked about two different integration processes that was taking place at the time. One was the national one. People were moving from the countryside into cities. We were constructing roads, railways, and things like that. But it was also at the same time an international integration being set up with the European Union and many other of the international collaborations we still have today. I think one important thing is, though, that they can't replace each other. So there has to be a national integration at the same time. I could go on, and I see, Walter, that you
I know we could all really long go on.
Yes,
unfortunately.
and I will just stop with saying that AI, I think that's a very relevant question. I think that that's also an area where trade unions and collective bargaining would have a well-functioning, an important role to play, because it's workers that are facing and meeting, and it's very interesting what's happening in the United States right now, and the strikes that we're having, and the first basic trade union collective bargaining regulation of AI use in these branches. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I realize that it's not nice that we need to watch the time because there's a lot to be said on this, but these are really good points. Thank you very much. So then, Colm, but I first want to read out a question that will be relevant for Jiri from the European Commission, just so you can already think about the response, because I now had the time, I was trying to do it on the fly, and that was overly ambitious. It's a question from Penny Clark of EPSU, who asked, you mentioned the interesting communication on distributional impact assessment, and why is this only for member states? Could this not be applied to EU policies as well? With the upcoming risk of austerity, it could be helpful, not least to ensure that EU and member states don't reduce access or quality of essential services, such as enabling services or public services, that are recognized as key elements of fighting inequalities. So I think that is an important question. Now you can think a little bit about the response, and then I'm going to ask Colm to pick up the questions. I will ask you all to be relatively brief so we can go to the coffee.
The coffee, more than think about it. I think we can pull together many of the themes we're discussing today, and I'll begin with the artificial intelligence point. The way growth is happening in many societies is widening inequalities within societies, with the gaps between the winners and the losers is being accentuated by technology. AI will feed into this process. In Olivier's presentation, he made the point about the big winners of the last 20, 30 years have in many ways been the middle classes of India and China, for example, and the wealthy in the established industrial democracies. AI is likely to start creating new classes of winners and losers. My sense is that we'll probably create much more middle-class losers than would have been the case, which I think will have some interesting impact on politics. The statistics now as to the difference in terms of life expectancy, wealth, and so on, between people in privileged socioeconomic positions, well able to handle new technology, well able to handle the functioning of the modern economy, and those not so well able, is really quite striking. I saw a very recent statistic that shows that if you have an undergraduate degree or more in the United States, your life expectancy is the same as the Japanese EU average, okay? And that's high, that's very good, and globally good. If you don't have a degree, your life expectancy is effectively 8 years younger, which is very, 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 very poor, especially given the wealth of the United States as a society. You think about that difference, and you're seeing there the way that growth as it is playing out, linked to technology, linked to shifting market economies, is widening gaps. This is why I think it's incredibly important to think about degrowth, to think about minimum income guarantees, and to think about a social rights floor, human rights floor more generally, non-discrimination guarantees, kicking in areas like artificial intelligence, but also in terms of income, social welfare guarantees and others, because we are at this moment where this constant stretching is a risk in the longer term of tearing apart our societies in quite serious ways, unless we think about this minimum floor of rights, minimum floor of social citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I think inequalities can't be put much starker than the life expectancy ones, which is a really good point to make as well. Olivier, could I ask you to respond a bit on the very broad topic in about 2-3 minutes?
Yeah, so thank you. I think it is indeed important to stop seeing growth as a precondition for everything else. And we've been accustomed to thinking that all our problems, all our challenges could be solved by growth. And I think this will not do anymore. And we can do better. We can be much more imaginative by pushing for certain tools to be used much more in order to answer to the legitimate expectations of the population without necessarily relying on growth. Let me give, and I'm aware of time, so I'll just list them, 5 examples of what can be done that can allow us to better address the basic needs of people without growth. One is to ensure access to goods and services through the remunicipalization of those services, the public provisioning of those services, or the commons on which Guy Standing has been writing recently, rather than by increasing incomes and allowing by the increased purchasing power people to buy stuff from the market. That's one way to answer. Secondly is to encourage the functional economy, encouraging people to have access to services they can use rather than buying the goods and thus reducing the material consumption or the material impacts of consumption. Thirdly is to fight against planned obsolescence with the right to repair, with a duty for the providers of goods to provide, for example, a 10 years guarantee so that people know that their the items they buy will have a longer life. Encouraging the social and solidarity economy, because as we have most business actors who are geared primarily towards maximizing the profits for shareholders, they seek to grow and they seek to increase their market share and so on. So social and solidarity economy is key. And in the world of work, a job guarantee, the reduction of working time, the democratization of work so that companies with a greater say for workers will have other objectives than just maximizing shareholder value. All these are reforms that move towards a post-growth society. However, and here I answer another question that, Walter, you did not mention because it arrived late, but I saw it appear on your screen. It's really important to realize that the current macroeconomic framework imposes a straitjacket, making it very difficult for member states in the EU to pursue a post-growth development model. The European semester, the governance of the EMU, essentially requires states to increase the GDP in order to maintain the public deficits and the public debt within manageable margins, right? And after all, the Stability and Growth Pact is expressed in terms of 3% of GDP is the maximum public debt you can accept, and 60% public debt of the GDP. So unless you increase the GDP constantly, you will find it very difficult to remain within those disciplines. And I really encourage all of us to think about this mismatch between what we say about the corrosive impacts of pursuing growth at all costs, including the increased inequalities this may lead to, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the persistence of this macroeconomic framework that today does not serve anymore the need for a sustainable model of development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for also picking up on that point, because that is indeed quite crucial, and it shows that indeed in the system as we have it now, GDP is quite important. Okay, then we will move to Jiri with your reaction.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try to be short. Maybe just to know that if we talk about public policies, and we also see it from the EU level, it is very difficult to actually enact anything, especially transformative, that does not have sufficient public support. And this is very true for national policymakers as well as the EU policymakers. Here, I think we are on relatively good position in terms of inequalities, because I wanted to mention the recent Eurobarometer, which actually showed that 78% of Europeans think that their governments should take more measures to reduce differences in income levels. So that's quite a number. I've let you to think of what we can do with that. And that also a bit links with the questions raised, whether there is a right level of inequality or equality, and how to address this. Very difficult. I don't think there is an answer, at least certainly not from my side here. Maybe there are some answers out there. But in this context, what we do a lot at the EU level is to focus on the lower income groups, on the most vulnerable. There are plenty of initiatives, starting from homelessness to long-term unemployed, etc., to create the better opportunities to sort of address the lower part of income distribution. And that is maybe linked also to there was a question of artificial intelligence. I would maybe comment on that there are a number of ongoing and future upcoming fundamental transformations that are happening, and that are happening very fast. AI, green, digital, labor market segmentation, you name it, and this is happening very fast. And again, in this context, what at least from the social policy side we consider important, that is very timely now to fix the minimum floors or the minimum level of protection, be it social protection for I don't know, self-employed, platform workers, minimum income. These are all very important initiatives to wage, obviously, to make sure that there is a sort of a solid landing ground that does not leave people behind, because obviously all these transformations are very prone to keep certain groups behind. That was already mentioned, and we need to make sure that our social protection systems are equipped and counteracting on that. On the specific question on distributional impact assessment, well, I mean, in fact, the EU is doing there a lot in terms of its better regulation. We have impact assessment that looks in the overall impact for any legal initiatives, and that is actually one of the reasons why it takes sometimes some time for the EU level to act, because the scrutiny of especially legislative proposals is very thorough and time consuming, also in terms of gathering the evidence. But the main point I wanted to make is that actually when you look at the policies that have a very direct impact on income of different groups is, lies with the member states primarily. Yeah? Most of the EU budget is implemented via member states. What we do, and I will simplify this very much, is we agree with member states on certain priorities, certain areas, certain policies where the money is going, but then the actual enacting of those, and the devil is in the detail, especially when it comes to distributional impact of different measures. The enacting is on the level of member states, and this is where the distributional impact is very important to look at. So that's why we put a lot of emphasis on member states to pay due attention to this.
Okay. Thank you so much. Then I will make the unpopular executive decision that we're going a bit over time. And Laura, could you please?
I'll be very fast. So just
as much time as the others.
Focus on AI, on the question on AI and different transformation. Like one of the most important thing is that actually we do study it. We engage with AI, and we also look at the jobs and the value that we give to certain jobs, and how we can look at AI as being human-centered. So we don't have to be scared of the changes, but how do we make it work to improve and create more equitable societies? Because that can actually bring benefits, but it's the way that on the left we have the tendency of being scared of the new technology, but actually we need to engage with it and make sure that what is actually coming out, it serves, is human-centered, and it serves to create better societies. And then, yeah, I agree with we need to set the minimum floors first, and then be able to actually strengthen our social protection. So this is why we can face the different challenges that we are facing. And yeah, the economic governance, I talked about it, is it's what is putting the limitations on the spending that we're doing, but also the way that we structure our society. And just to finish, some of we're maybe facing some difficulties on acceptance of certain policies, or to take a bold decision on getting more transformative policies, but that's has to be done in consultation with the whole society, and that's with strong social dialogue, but also civil dialogue, and that is actually what is a lot missing in the way that we do policies at national level, but as well at European level, to engage civil society in all of the development of the different policies, because that's where you get actually citizen on board, and you also engage with what are the bold ideas or what are the solutions that citizens want. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the contribution, for keeping in time, and for the points you made. So then I will there are other questions in the chat, but I will give them to the people in the break. But I think we will shut out this panel and conclude. And thank you very much to the panelists for your interesting contributions and for engaging so much. And thank you to the audience as well, here and online. So now we have a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 11:15. So get coffee, get something to drink.
Hello, everyone. I think we can get back in the room and get started with the second panel.
Hey, Bela. Hello again. Hi. Good to see you.
Yeah, once more. Good. And sorry?
She's not here.
Yeah, but where she comes?
I think she's coming for the next session, so she's not going to be.
I know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think
And then nobody else is coming for her.
Walter is one of the co-editors. I don't think you've met him personally.
So nobody wanted to jump in. That's
If you reissue, there are a couple of editing
Yeah, that is the side effect of it, but but still, I mean, it's
The word plane is a plane is yeah, and it's changed into plane, which is an aeroplane.
That is unfortunate. Yeah, that might have come wrong with the language and then we write the book over it. Yes. So
There are a couple of others, but they're
if you have
correctable.
any down, let me know, because at least online
Yeah, we can definitely take care of this.
at least on the online we can fix it. The rest,
There are a couple of others, but they're
but the plain ones are usually the awkward.
yes, quite, yes, it's an unfortunate because it looks as if I don't know how to spell
yeah,
plane.
we have things like that.
Okay, I think we can get started.
Many times.
Yeah. Yeah, but each one is different always. I mean,
right.
yeah.
Hello and welcome to the second panel of today. Thank you so much for being with me and with us today. Can you hear me all right? Yes, perfect. So this panel is obviously going to follow the first panel, but we will specifically focus on eco-social policies and concrete policy proposals for this transformative pathway. I have the pleasure of having with me today Guy Standing. He's Professorial Research Associate at SOAS University of London. Rania Antonopoulos, she's Senior Scholar at the Levy Economics Institute in New York, and she also served as Ministry of Labour in Greece between 2015 and 2018. Bela Galcosi, he's Senior Researcher at the ETUI, and Andrea Casamenti, Just Transition Policy Coordinator at Solidar. Unfortunately, Tia Jarc is not able to join us today. She's Confederal Secretary at the ETUC, but she will join us for the panel that is going to start early in the afternoon at 2 p.m. Just a bit of housekeeping. If you haven't grabbed your copy of the book, please do take one. And also for those of you that are online, the whole publication is obviously in open access available on our website. We have 10 minutes per question, but as we are one speaker down, perhaps you could also have a little bit more time, if that's okay with you. And I would actually like to start the questions with a broader question for Bela, if that's okay. Bela, you have worked extensively on eco-social policies, just transition, etc., but perhaps you can give us some concrete examples of how climate change and climate policy creates inequality, and how our eco-welfare state could help us address this.
Thank you, Bianca. What I would like to say first, also as reaction to discussions in the first panel, that the cumulative set of interconnected inequalities in the context of climate change is something completely unique. It is not like any inequality we have seen before. This is a new quality, and there are different reasons or aspects why we can call this a different quality. For some some sort of inequality, in a way, is natural in societies, and especially in capitalist societies. Technology development itself, per se, is generating inequality, and it is also striving on inequality. But the way climate change affects us, and at the same time also policies to control this climate change also, both are generating inequality. And in a way where these inequalities are, multidimensional and interconnected. So just for example, if we look at the effects of climate change, extreme weather events, etc., these are also highly differential by geography. They tend to affect lower income people much more, much depending on the housing situation, for example. So we have accumulation effect by housing, by income level, by migration status, gender, and you can continue that. It's all kind of accumulating. And then there are climate policies that are absolutely necessary to rein in this, inequality that, just jumping back, if climate change continues the way it is on track, so now we are heading for 2.8 centigrade warming, so the end of this would be a catastrophic level of inequality. That is something unimaginable. To control this, really stringent policies are necessary. But these policies, again, are creating inequality, particularly because the way climate policy is implemented, it is first of all dominantly market-based approach and dominantly technology-driven. So we have less behavioral change, we have less regulatory policies, it is technology-driven. We switch the engine of the car, we use the hydrogen, using the same network, and so on. This is, of course, very important, and without technology, we would go nowhere. But this technology itself is, as comes from the nature of technology, is benefiting more the wealthy. And even the support schemes states governments are using for solar panels, for heat pumps, etc., these are for people who have houses. And it is much more difficult to do. And transport systems, the greening of the transport is mostly changing the engine and going for electric cars, which is important and necessary. But the community transport is much more neglected, and also the different intermodalities of transport. So all these together makes a very, toxic, so to say, complex. Even if on broad sense we are going to the right direction, but it's really difficult. And this level of inequality and the distributional and social effects are actually threatening the success of the entire decarbonization process. And this is partly what the Commission has already recognized, and a little bit of little policies like Social Climate Fund and Just Transition Fund. This is a patchwork we are having. And this is just a little decorative, some interventions to smoothen a little bit the process, but it's not kind of making a qualitative difference. And this is why actually, and that was kind of the end thing, we really have to rethink the role of the state and the role of the welfare state. The welfare state was not created for this big transformation. It was a product mostly getting into shape after the Second World War in the context of a growing fossil-based, energy-depleting and material-depleting economy, and it made its real value, but, with some limits. And so we need not only a welfare state that is responding to the new risks that are posed by climate change and also the transition process, but we need a state, a welfare state that is not only a stabilizer, because the biggest function of the welfare state is stabilizer, an automatic stabilizer, which is, of course, it's important, but we need change, and facilitating this change. And this is what, so far, is not really moving ahead, especially with precarious forms of work everywhere. So any change is a huge risk for most of the people, and mostly the people in the lower segments of the labor market. Any change is a terrible risk, so they cling to what they have and don't want to change, and this is a big hurdle. And that's why we have more policies that are facilitating this change, and this is actually missing. So it is quite a complex, change we need. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabelle, for your intervention. Now I would like to ask Rania if you could perhaps dive in more deeply on policy that we have on the menu towards this transformative pathway, because you've carried out extensive research on job guarantee, and in fact you have implemented a job guarantee in Greece in 2015. So perhaps you could explain to us what a job guarantee is, and if you think this is also possible at a European level and not only at a national level.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in the book and contribute a chapter, and the invitation today here. I want to start with the paradox that we face not only in the European context, but worldwide. And that paradox is that we have unemployment, we have underemployment, and at the same time, we have many social needs, especially at the community level, that we know are not being met for a variety of reasons. So when one thinks of the intervention as a policy, not as a small project, of a job guarantee, the first question I think that we have to ask is, who is this for? So this is for unemployed persons that active labor market policies are not able to help them to be reintegrated. This is for people that for one reason or another find themselves looking for work. The private sector is unable to provide jobs, and the job guarantee comes in as a policy of the state to provide a job for those that are looking, are willing, are able, but cannot find work. If you look at the European context, we will see that over the last 15 years, in the EU 27, unemployed people, the numbers of unemployed people have ranged, let's say, from 12 million, one of the lowest is recently actually, the figure, from 12 million to 24.5 million at the height of the crisis, let's say 2013, 2014. Among them, who would be who would be affected primarily had we had a job guarantee program in place? Those that are long-term unemployed. Those that have been looking for work and for 12 months, despite the three key interventions that we have in Europe, which is unemployment benefits, that's to avoid the risk of catastrophic declines in income, and that is rightfully there. We have active labor market policies that attempt to provide upskilling, reskilling, so that the reintegration takes place in a smoother manner. And of course, you have support for wages, wage support systems, either to retain jobs, much like what we needed desperately, and we did in a wonderful way during the COVID crisis, or wage support to hire those that, for companies, to hire those that are further removed from the labor market, and companies usually do not want to hire. Now, despite all of these measures that are in place, you will find people that are unemployed for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And the question is, what kind of policy we might propose. And the proposal is for a job guarantee precisely for those that are furthest away and or as an institutional preparation for times of huge crises. So the example of Greece that I briefly want to mention is the following. In 2008, we had about 375,000 people that were unemployed. By 2013, we have 1,375,000 people. I'm not going to go into the austerity program that was imposed on Greece, although the macro context of the European Union invites some reflection upon all this. Perhaps we can do this in the question and answer period, but in the midst of 1 million extra people that have been unemployed, with 40% of those jobs that were lost coming from manufacturing, one asks oneself whether retraining is what was needed at that very moment. So in terms of resilience and preparing for the risks that either groups of people, pockets of the population, and I'll come back to this in a second, face, or during incredible crises, external, they can be actually catastrophic changes that are coming from environmental crises. In Greece, fairly recently, we lost 40% of the capacity of the country to produce agricultural products and husbandry because the crisis, the overwhelming rainfalls destroyed completely land that was responsible for a main part of production. And what we know is that it will take 5 years now to be able to recultivate that land and build back a little bit better, we hope. So whether it is man-made, nature-made, a combination of the two, a crisis that results in the displacement of workers from their proper space, which is the labor market, or whether we are looking at the first population. For example, if you are 50 years and older, in all countries, all European countries, the long-term unemployed, first of all, let me backtrack. Long-term unemployment in the European Union ranges from 40 to 55%, with some outliers like Slovenia and Greece that go up to 75%. But when you look at the workers that are 50 years and older, you will get countries such as in Luxembourg, and I had the opportunity to work with Nicolas Schmidt many years ago when he was the Minister of Labor in Luxembourg, where despite the fact that there are countries that have 3% and 3.5% and 4% unemployment, when you look at the cohort of 50 years and older, unemployment rates range from 18% in Luxembourg to 85% in Greece. So a job guarantee is to address these phenomena. Now, Europe has a proper framework. Actually, in 2016, there was a wonderful directive for long-term unemployed people. What is to be done? Within the interventions that the European Union has proposed, we think there is ample of space to address these particular issues. And I will close not with the case of Greece, again, if you're interested both from a research point of view, but implementation point of view primarily. I'll be very happy to answer your questions, but also invite you to read the chapter in the book. What I would like to say is that in these times that we are now going through. The number one problem is the attack on living standards of working people. The cost of living is what is really affecting us all. The second, which goes hand in hand with that issue, problem that we are facing is the precariousness of labor, the insecurity that people feel, not only among the very low paid workers, but across the income distribution, the insecurity of not knowing whether you're going to have a job tomorrow or not, and the phenomenon of having to have in one household 3 and 4 different types of jobs that people are holding in order to survive. So these are two key fundamental problems, and the way to deal with these issues is beyond my presentation. But unemployment, please, we have to remember, stays with us whether we are in times of tremendous crisis periods or whether we are in normal times for one single reason. There is no internal mechanism in a free market system that will push the private sector to create as many jobs as those of the people that want to have a job. And therefore, we should be preparing ourselves for the years to come and supplement the measures that we have today to deal with unemployment and social exclusion and poverty that comes from unemployment and underemployment by considering a job guarantee proposal. Thank you.
Wonderful, Rania. Thank you very much. Very inspiring words. I would like to leave the word now to Guy, because we could see UBI as being at the very end of the spectrum, a very different policy design compared to this job guarantee. So I have two questions actually in one. First, is UBI and job guarantee incompatible? Can you still implement both at the same time? And perhaps also you could tell us a little bit more about universal basic income, and if you see this as a possibility at a supranational level. So if the European Union could eventually implement UBI.
Thank you very much. I will begin with being a politician and not answer your questions, but actually say what I would like to say, but I will come back to your questions. I think in this debate, we really have to get off our seats and say we are facing a global transformation crisis. And we've got to react with transformative policies, not policies that slightly make the existing system slightly more humane and better in some respect. We've got to be bold in the way we think. And we're in a situation where, in Karl Polanyi's terms, the economic system has been out of control by society. And the neoliberalism that people talk about, which was dominant in the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, has done its work. And I insist on saying that we are not in a neoliberal era. We are in an era of rentier capitalism. And it's important to distinguish these two, because the rhetoric of free markets goes against the reality that we are living today in the most unfree market economy system ever devised. And unless we realize that and articulate that perspective, we will be missing big structural issues. And I've written a book called The Corruption of Capitalism. I wanted to call it rentier capitalism, but it essentially describes the mechanisms by which any sense of a free market has been dismantled. And with today, the state hasn't gone away. The state was captured by finance in the 1990s and the early part of this century. So we have a global economy dominated by a state that is dominated by finance. You can list the names of top politicians who've come from Goldman Sachs or BlackRock, And then they go back to Goldman Sachs after they've done their political activities, cementing the position of finance. Those are the realities of rentier capitalism. And I think that the second point I want to make by way of context is that we have seen the emergence of a new globalized class structure. I get very nervous when those of us on the left refuse to talk about class. Class hasn't gone away. Class is fundamental to understanding the transformational opportunity. And we have a global class structure with a plutocracy, an elite, and a salariat who are earning vast amounts from rentier property rights. We are seeing the triumph of private property rights. And the growing precariat, about which I've written several books, is not just insecure in terms of their labor, it's insecure existentially and is experiencing exploitation not only through the labor market, but through rentier mechanisms, through debt, etc. Again, unless we see that, we focus on issues which to the precariat are secondary. I've given 600 talks to precariat groups around the world since my book on the precariat was first published. Most of them would not be in Brussels. Most of them, I'm sorry to say, are not represented by us here today. And that I feel uncomfortable with recognizing. And meanwhile, we see our politicians on the so-called left being essentially dead men walking. Famous expression that came from Griot, if you remember. They're timid, they're accommodating, they want to be accepted, they want to cause not too much offense. Now, that gets me to the subject I was asked about, I got round to it in the end, which is basic income. I've advocated and worked for basic income for over 30 years. You're looking and listening to a man who's had the dubious privilege of having done pilots on basic income in 4 continents, in which we've seen the results of what happens when people receive a basic income. And I should start by saying what it is, because the misconception of what a basic income is still extremely widespread. It's an individual, modest, regular payment that everybody who's a usual legal resident of a country should receive. I never use the term universal basic income because for pragmatic reasons, one would have to exclude people who come into the country until they've been in there. That doesn't mean you don't support those with other mechanisms, but I don't think it's useful to set the hair racing by talking about universal. It's non-withdrawable. It is an economic right. That is fundamental. It's non-withdrawable. And it's something that people can look forward to tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. It gives proper security. A job does not give proper security because it could end at any time. Now, the reasoning for basic income, and I'm having to be very brief to get through my introductory remarks, is fundamentally moral. I believe that a basic income is a matter of common justice. We have private inheritance of private wealth. Why don't we have public inheritance of public wealth? The contributions who made our existing income and wealth what it is today from thousands of generations before us, much more than anything we've done ourselves. Even Warren Buffett and people like that accept that. And therefore, we don't know whose contribution has been small, who has been great. And therefore, the only sensible way is to have an equal, modest dividend. Call it a common dividend. And that is a crucial part of the debate. The language we use, the vocabulary we develop as a transformational strategy, not just with basic income, but with other sources of change, is fundamentally important. We mustn't use yesterday's language for today's realities and the promise of tomorrow. I believe that basic income is linked to the fundamental strategy that should be dominant in the years ahead, which is a revival of the commons. The commons are all things that belong to everybody. They are part of our inheritance. The land, the sea, about which I've written in a book called The Blue Commons, the air, the resources, the social institutions that we've inherited as commons. And yet they've been turned into private plunder. Rentier capitalists are making it. What I'm arguing for is that we should build up a commons capital fund funded by levies on those who are benefiting from taking our commons. And that should include carbon tax, land value levy, various forms of levies on people who are contributing to pollution, because if the rich pollute, the poor pay for it, and build up that fund, and you pay out common dividends as that fund expands. But it's also a matter of work justice. We have a ridiculous system that we've inherited from the last century, where all the work that is not labor is called not work. What an absurd situation for the left to accept. All the work that women do caring, not in our national statistics, not in our rhetoric on work, not in our strategies. Well, damn it, it should be. And every one of us who claims to be a feminist should say that every time we stand up and speak. I'm serious. And it includes commoning. In my new book, The Politics of Time, I end up with an allegorical final chapter, imagining what the transformation brings. And it brings a revival of commoning, a revival of work that we all do, that we want, and at the moment is lumped together and called the inactivity rate. Come on, object to that. So it's also a matter of religious justice. I'm delighted that the Pope came out during COVID in favor of a basic income. And he understood, and I'm flattered because I'm not religious, but the Vatican people contacted me before this famous letter went out. He understood that God has given unequal talents. And in a sense, a basic income is a compensation to those who have not the talent for making money or being super competitive. I like that argument. And finally, as far as justice is concerned, it's a matter of compassion, justice. We have seen in this age of rentier capitalism, more and more of the so-called welfare state turning into a charity state. You'll be grateful. We're giving you a little. We're giving you out. We're relying on civil society to fill the dents in our social fabric. The second argument, and I'm being extremely brief, but too long, no doubt, is that a basic income would strengthen three forms of freedom. It would strengthen libertarian freedom, the freedom to choose, the freedom to say no. Some people on the right attacked some of the findings from our basic income pilots because they say women have moved out of relationships. Well, I say that's a triumph. They're moving out of abusive relationships because they have a little financial independence to be able to do so. That's what we found in our pilots. But it's also a matter of liberal freedom, the freedom to be moral. You cannot be moral if you're so insecure or impoverished that you can't make decisions other than, I've got to survive. You can only be moral if you have the ability to take those decisions. And finally, it is a matter of Republican freedom. Republican freedom is the freedom from the power of unaccountable others. A woman isn't free if she has to ask her husband or father if she can do something, even if she knows 99% of the time he'll say yes. A woman or a man or anybody is free only if they can take that decision themselves. And a basic income helps in that. And finally, basic income is a matter of basic security. Even if it starts at a very low level and it gradually will be built up, it responds to the crisis of our era. And the crisis of our era is chronic uncertainty. We are facing unknown unknowns. It's not like the old Beveridge Bismarck issues of the welfare state. This is when we're all vulnerable. We all lack robustness and resilience. We need ex-ante social protection, not ex-post compensation if something happens to you, like unemployment. That's needed as well. But we need to give people a sense of security against uncertainty, resilience. Now, the psychologists have taught us that people who are insecure lose mental bandwidth. Their capacity to reason goes down. Their IQ goes down. If any of you have suffered it, just as I have, you know that that happens. So it's unfair of the state or any of us to say, you must act in a decent way when they've created the conditions or allowed the conditions to persist in which people are facing chronic insecurity. And that, I think, is a very important part of understanding the precariat. The precariat lack robustness and resilience. Massive Attack, the musical group, during COVID, contacted me to make a musical video about this issue, and I've had about 2 million views of it, and every week I get dozens of emails from people saying, yeah, that's what it's like being in the precariat. We lack resilience. And strengthening resilience is a demand that we should be making as a transformational issue. So by way of conclusion, let me remind you that I'm actually, for the first time in my life, on the side of the majority. Because YouGov opinion polls across Europe have shown that the majority support moving to a basic income. So there is no excuse for those social democrats on the left to say there is no popular demand for it. Watch those polls. Second, all transformations and progressive surges have been led by the aspirations and needs of the emerging mass class. That's the precariat. And finally, as a supporter of unionism, I want the unions to struggle for an eco-socialist vision of a good society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Guy, and I'm sure we'll have a ton of questions from the audience. Thank you so much. Later on. Let's just conclude the panel for today with a question for Andrea. Andrea works for Solidar, and in your day-to-day job, you obviously push for climate action and social justice. And my question for you then is really to try, if you could tell us what, at least in your opinion and the opinion of our organization, transformative policies look like, and what should be implemented at a supranational level.
Yes, thank you, Bianca. I mean, speaking after Guy, it makes me bound for disaster, but I hope it's going to be okay. But yeah, thank you very much, first of all, Kalina, Bianca, for the invitation, and today ETUI. I've been to many ETUI conferences, but always as a participant, so it's, it's a bit of a pinch me moment to be here, and to be here with Guy, with Raina, and with Bela, and of course with you, Bianca. But, and also thank you not just for the invitation, but also for organizing a discussion, a book, first of all, but also a discussion on transformative policies. I haven't seen many occasions in Brussels, but I guess also outside of Brussels, in which we actually get several stakeholders to come together and discuss what transformative policies are and what they look like. I don't see it for sure from the side of businesses who in many cases are indeed talking about reducing carbon emissions, but they very much shy away from talking about anything that has to do with drastic, big changes to the economy, to our societies. And I've actually seen businesses talk about a just transition as if the word just was addressed to their CEO or to their shareholders, basically making sure that they can still make a lot of money on the back of people and of workers, and basically just continue to grow with complete disregard to workers and to the people they have impact on through the things that through their work, basically. But yeah, so on the other hand, while businesses are not doing much on this front, civil society is at the forefront of this fight for radical, drastic, systemic change and transformative policies. So yeah, very happy to be here and as a representative of civil society. Also just a couple of words about my organization. Solidar is a network of progressive civil society organizations from across Europe. We are united, or anyway, we want to see and achieve more fair, equal, and of course, environmentally sustainable societies. So, of course, as I said, very happy to be part of a discussion on transformative policies. We're a member of Social Platform, and I think I'm going to echo some of the things that were maybe also said in the previous panel, and particularly by Laura, but I hope you don't mind too much. So Bianca, yes, just going to your question, sorry for taking a couple of minutes for this, but you were asking what for us constitutes transformative policies. I think there are four main key ingredients that I would say are unavoidable in transformative policies. The first one being a bit what you also say in the book, that policies need to tackle the root causes of a problem. We've seen it, several times. Policies basically just put in a patch on a wound, while for us transformative policies are really the ones that address and tackle and solve the root causes of the problems and the crises that we face today. So when we talk about green and social deal, for us that means transformative policies that tackle socioeconomic inequalities as the main causes, or anyway as the causes at the roots of the climate crisis. I think many of us have seen the report from Oxfam and from the Stockholm Environment Institute from a few years ago that clearly showed, and I don't want to mess up the percentages, so that the richest 1% of the world's population is responsible for more than twice as much pollution, carbon pollution, as the 3.1 billion people who make up the poorest half of humanity, and that also the richest 10%, which also means, I would say, all of us, or maybe most of us here, the richest 10% of the population accounts for 52% of total emissions, while the poorest 50% accounts for 7% of emissions. So what does this mean, or anyway, for us at Solidar? It means that it's going to be impossible to stop climate change until we move away from an economic system that is really based on the pursuit of profit and that puts profit over the well-being of people and the planet. So we have to radically and drastically change and transform, I like using this word transforming, our lifestyles, all of us and everyone all over the planet, with regard to the way we use energy and transport, for instance, the way we shelter ourselves, the way we produce and consume food and other goods. But we have to do that by supporting then working classes, the people in vulnerable situation, by redistributing wealth. This is something that was also discussed in the previous panel. So redistributing wealth, and supporting everyone, the most vulnerable ones, financially, but also by giving them access to goods and services that are actually more compatible with the survival of the planet. So this was point one. Sorry, I'm going to try to go a bit fast, just touching upon the other three. For us, the second sort of ingredient or element that is fundamental in transformative policies is the fact that they need to be progressive and that they need to be driven by principles and values of social justice, of solidarity, of equality. First and foremost, I would say the first thing is, looking at economic policies. We're not going to have economic transformative policies if these are policies that push for more austerity. So as it was also said earlier, we need a real progressive reform of the EU fiscal rules, and I'm not going to dive too much into that as this was also discussed earlier. The third point is that transformative policies are policies that are actually coherent with each other, that take account of their interlinkages and of the issues, the interlinkages among the issues that they aim to tackle, and that are, in line with objectives of a just transition. We see too often policies in the European Green Deal that are just, that don't take into account or that disregard the social impacts that they have, or anyway, even looking at the European Green Deal as a strategy, it says in the Commission communication that the European Pillar of Social Rights is supposed to be the beacon guiding the Green Deal, but then, as Bela also said, there's a patchwork of initiatives for just transition that don't necessarily provide a coherent framework. And then the really last point for me is that transformative policies are policies that have at the center social dialogue, social partners, trade unions, but also civil dialogue, with civil society organizations being able to meaningfully participate in policy making, in implementation, in monitoring of policies, but also the involvement of people, citizens, but also those who don't necessarily have the citizenship in the process. There's many examples all over Europe of citizens agoras or citizens assemblies, which I think in many cases work very well. So just to conclude, I would say, are there examples of transformative policies out there? Not so sure. Maybe not a lot of policies tick all these 4 boxes that I was mentioning. Definitely not the European Green Deal in our opinion, although it's already a very positive step in terms of climate and environment ambitions, but in terms of social ambitions, definitely we are not there yet. That's our wish for the next European Green Deal, to be really all about transformative policies. And maybe, there are some good examples of just transition policies out there, so happy also to discuss them maybe later on. But that's what we at Solidar call a just transition, so basically making sure that we are promoting and advancing climate action and social justice as one agenda that is coherent and mutually reinforcing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We have a good half hour for question, I think a little bit more than that, actually. But I'll take advantage as my role as chair now, and I would like to ask a question to Rania, because Guy was after you and he responded on the job guarantee, but maybe it's also, I would also like to hear what you would respond to the question. Do you think that UBI and job guarantee are incompatible? If so, why? And if not, why not?
I didn't answer the question.
Yeah, you.
Around and around. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, I find very little to disagree with Guy. I'm a fan of his, actually. I have been for a very long time. The point where we have a different approach to solving a problem comes from something that Andrea said. He said, for something to be transformative, we have to look at the root causes of a problem. So we have inequality, we have all kinds of inequalities, and we have poverty, and essentially we have wages that are inadequate to secure a decent standard of living. Okay, so what are the root causes? From my perspective, collective bargaining needs to be strengthened, not only in establishing agreements, but in terms of its extendability Meaning, when trade unions agree on one collective bargaining process, the same wages should apply to everybody, whether you're unionized or not. That's the principle of extendability. Let's say that we achieve this, that trade unions become stronger, and that when you look at the functional distribution of income, that's what economists call the division of the pie. You produce the pie every year, how much of it goes to profits and how much goes to wages? The trend over the last 30 years, my friends, has been that the part that goes to wages is constantly going down, and the part that goes to profits increases, including during the period of the COVID. Okay, that's the problem. Secondly, why people do not have enough income? I say because on occasion they are unemployed, and unemployment benefits are not enough to help somebody get reintegrated in the labor market, nor are ALMPs. And therefore, you need a job guarantee for the long-term unemployed. If I put those two together, what is the third ingredient that I'm missing? The third ingredient that I'm missing, of course, is the welfare state. So, if I have those two in place, meaning strong unions and a job guarantee, and I have a state that covers the needs of health, education, housing, and transportation. Now, of course, we have climate change, and I would say that this is more important, the resilience to the crisis. It's not a change that we are facing, it's a crisis that we are facing. If I have a European Union that decides through the escape clauses that we have there to allow countries to invest, as you so rightfully said earlier, invest in social public goods, that's what we're talking about. A household cannot protect itself from natural disasters that are taking place, so it's a public good. So if the state accomplishes the two first conditions and what we are calling a welfare state, then by all means, what Guy says should be there as well, the dividend from the commons. So the issue here, from my perspective, I know that not all of my colleagues agree, the issue here is a matter of not coherent policies, which we should have, but sequencing. That's the difference that I see with Guy. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we can now leave the floor to the questions. Can you hear me okay? Sorry, I'm having some issues with my mic. I think there's a mic coming your way. If you could also shortly introduce yourself. I think Sotiria was first.
Thank you. Sotiria Theodoropoulou, Head of European Economic Employment and Social Policies at the ETUI. I have a question for Anya. I very much like your proposals, but I cannot help noticing that underlying them, there is a notion that implies that we use the job guarantee to lift the incomes of people, to stabilize economies when unemployment rises, which, other things being equal, should mean that at least in Europe, as part of the global north, if I can call it this way, European economies would carry on growing. Or at least they would be at full employment level, which, in the context of mitigating climate change, may run counter the needs that at least some evidence seems to, and some, other sort of branches of degrowth seem to be suggesting that somehow we need to reduce our rate of extracting resources, our consumption. So, I also understand that there are political economy issues, so we cannot possibly, reduce this rate of consumption and economic growth at the expense of the weaker and the poorest and the more precarious. So my question to you is, in this broader context, are there any other policies that you would see as being necessary complements to the application of a job guarantee so that it could become more compatible in the medium to longer term with mitigating climate change, also taking into account at the global level? We cannot, forever condemn the global south to, not raising their standards of living, because in the global north we keep on emitting, carbon dioxide and we heat up the planet. Thank you.
Thanks. I want to address your question in two different ways. The first one has to do with, let me call it generically degrowth. Okay, it's not exactly degrowth, but okay. So as far as the job guarantee goes, one issue that I did not address whatsoever is what kinds of projects? What kinds of projects do you pick? So in the implementation in Greece, and we had the ILO actually participate and monitor and help us learn faster and do faster, I can tell you that the work projects that had to do with the environment, so working for water, working for fire, and I, in collaboration, of course, with the relevant ministries, there were areas that if you go back and you look at fires and water-related disasters, they were not absent, but they were minimized. Why? Because what we did was programming for about 20,000 people in the most vulnerable areas that went through training and certification for what? For use and management of forests. They worked there for 8 months. And we linked that with the social and solidarity economy so that there were enterprises that were formed making goods and fuel, pellet, that went to warm the public schools. So in putting together, actually, what are the types of projects that the private sector is not interested in, that the public sector has not prioritized? The public sector has not prioritized this chaining of interventions that can lead to economic activity that is not targeting growth and profitability, but is targeting decent wages and the environment. So, not to belabor the point, but there are many interventions and there are others that have talked about it, including Olivier, who is here with us today, and as the special rapporteur to the UN, he prepared actually a document on a job guarantee, and he discusses a number of projects that are extremely important. My colleague, Pavlina Cherneva, has also a book out that has been translated in many languages where she goes also into this. We have a lot of experience as to what projects we should not undertake because those projects take away public sector jobs, and we have to be very careful when we implement these programs, not to compete with the private sector and not to compete with the public sector. Can it be done? Yes, of course it can be done. That's how COSATU in South Africa agreed for the implementation of this program, agreed on the kinds of training and certification that workers of this guarantee program should have. And also there was agreement that once they graduate out of the program, they become members of the trade unions. So yes to social dialogue when it comes to transformative policies, and yes it is possible that you address issues of the cyclical economy and of the environment for job creation that gives new skills to people that are currently unemployed, but also they have the capacity not to be engaged in the profit making that has a place in our economy, but is not an end to itself.
Thank you very much, Rania. I think we have Olivier de Schutter raised his hand, and also Bela as well. We could collect a few questions, and then we could give the floor to the speakers also. I think there's a hand here in the front row as well. I think it's okay. Who goes first? If Olivier, yeah, raise his hand first, I think.
Thank you, very gracious of you. I'll be very quick. First of all, thank you. I think this was a fascinating set of interventions, extremely rich and interesting. And I'm a big fan of all of you and of the idea of the job guarantee, as well of the idea of unconditional basic income. However, I do think I would like to push you a bit, Rania and Guy, on where differences may remain between your two approaches. First of all, I think one of the questions raised by the job guarantee idea, which I'm a big fan of and have actually publicly endorsed, is the work-centered society it leads to, at the risk of creating the impression that the only way in which people can be fully emancipated is by having access to work. And I do feel this may be one key reason why Guy is not such a big promoter of the idea of the job guarantee, despite our politics being very convergent. And so while I'm a big fan of the job guarantee, I wonder which is the best answer to give to that argument, that we need to create space for people to invent, a better balance between, professional and personal life, an ability to have time to invest in commoning activities and so on, all of which may be made more difficult by basically creating the impression that work remains or should remain central to our lives. So that's my question. And to Guy is a question about the gender impacts of unconditional basic income. Is there not a risk that the emancipation through work of women, that has been such an important progress over the past 40, 50 years, and is still work in progress in many societies, will encounter a setback if we provide unconditional basic income? Is there not a risk that it is mostly women who will then put less hours into working and...
Less hours into what?
Into working.
Paid work.
Right? Into paid work? Yeah?
Paid work.
Say it.
Or not working, paid work.
You got the idea. And is it not a risk that this will lead to a division of gender roles that will be pushing us backwards? So these are my two questions. And again, I think the two ideas are compatible. I think it's really necessary to find the right mix between them and to ensure that the job guarantee does also promote commoning activities, and that commoning is supported by UBI. But I was wondering what were your responses to these?
Hello. So thank you very much for the presentations. My name is Agnieszka Piasna. I am senior researcher at ETUI. And my question is perhaps mostly to Guy, but also to the rest of the panel, just to challenge you a bit on the role of the state in the proposals that you make. So especially in the basic income scheme, someone needs to manage and distribute the income. It is a state, but you opened your talk with being quite critical or skeptical about the state nowadays, so the influence of finance, for instance, or corporate interests on the policy making. We know that the state or government is capable of reforming pensions, for instance. So that's another type of provision, cash provision for workers or people outside of the labor, ex-workers, people outside of the labor market. So what mechanism would you see as necessary so that this provision is actually enshrined or guaranteed or managed well, given that the political class or the state mechanisms are what they are currently? So what's needed on that end? Thank you.
I think we can actually, they're quite, I think we can, Bela and Agnieszka, and then I think we can go with the answers. Yes. That would be great, even better.
First of all, thank you all so much for the inspiring ideas, for the great discussion. I'm really happy to have you all here. My question, since Rania and Guy already received a lot of questions, my questions will be to Andrea and to Bela, which are, both of you mentioned the European Green Deal, so the current context, where we are now, and what we're, seeing at the moment in the way that that's taking a turn is not great on two levels. One is the, current resistance, also the national level to green policies, but also the turn that we're seeing at the European level. I mean, we also have a new commissioner for the Green Deal, but also what we've seen kind of that's been a response to the developments in the US and China is we've seen that a lot of attention is now being devoted to industry and perhaps less to socially transformative ideas. So I just wanted to maybe hear your reflections on that. Why is this turn happening? What can we do about it? But do we see, really more radical, socially transformative ideas making it back on the agenda in the next year in Commission cycle?
Yes, but we need to leave space to everyone, and
let him
go ahead.
Take a second round.
The hypocrisy of this system is showing that the collapse is coming, because as Castoriadis wrote some 100 years ago almost, this is a meta-capitalist post-communist era, which is called state capitalism. This is the case. It's called state capitalism. That's why we are a little bit confused. Because a crisis is a short-term economic event, it's not a long-term. Because this system is recycling the same things because it doesn't have a solution, and it gives solutions with the debt societies and indebted economies. Either lefts or rights for us are the same. They are oligarchic approaches which they are against democratic procedures, and this representative democracy, it is an oligarchic,
I'm sorry, sir,
an oligarchic system. You know this.
Formulate a question.
So the question, nobody doubts the basic income. The problem is how it can happen in this system. Our approach, what we give, we are coming to a community level, to a quartier level, and there, all the people, they have a house, a basic house, basic food once a day, and there, who has the energy, he can go to upper levels, because the private sector cannot be left. And we cannot speak, as you told, with old terminologies. Libertarians are liberals, so it's an old terminology. We give a new approach, which is based in ancient Athens and in Switzerland. So the question which is based is, do you really believe that the climate change, with our alazony and arrogance, we created this thing, that we can face it? We cannot, we believe. Do you really believe we can face it? That climate change is here to stay, and our mind is how we can change ourselves to a more sustainable and progressive societies, which are based on the civilizations of not having any kind of...
I think your point is quite clear. I think we can now leave the... We just have 15 minutes to go. We have
okay, madam, okay, do your work. Thank you.
To respond to the questions. If that's okay, we could also go like Bela, Andrea, Rania, and Guy. We just have 15 minutes to close our panel, and Guy has to catch a flight for Geneva. So we're a bit time constrained.
So 3 minutes we have all together, yeah?
Yes, if
Okay.
you could be as
Well,
concise as possible, that would be.
then only one observation from my side. I think we saw different stages of transformative ideas. From the basic income, job guarantee, we didn't talk about universal basic services. That could be probably one more so, but just one example, as also Soteria raised this, the job guarantee, very progressive idea and transformative to some extent, maybe not transformative enough, as it is not questioning what is work. It is based on the dependent salaried work concept, and is also kind of pro-growth instrument. So just to measure. For Kalina, only a reflection on that. We have green backlash all over, national level, European level, and yeah, uncertainty. What is coming up also with the new commission, to some extent, this is an effect of the cost of living crisis and the politicians' reaction. And the geopolitical situation makes everything even more difficult. Yeah, it's kind of not easy. Sorry, I pass over, yeah?
That's perfect, thank you.
I think I'm next. Yes. Kalina, thank you for your question. Indeed, it's a preoccupation that we definitely share. I think there are a lot of signals and a lot of signs that things are not going to go in the right direction. The council priorities, I think tomorrow the Granada Declaration is coming out, where we'll have a first look at the council priorities for the next 5 years. And from what we've heard, that doesn't look very good. There's very little on environment and climate. There's very little on social. There's a lot about, indeed, competitiveness, migration. Anyway, of course, I mean, for sure, not going into the direction that we are hoping for. Projections for the European Parliament elections are also quite worrying. The State of the Union address of President von der Leyen was also stressing a lot of points that, China, once again, and competitiveness. So indeed, just to say that this is a worry that we share. On the other hand, so you said what to do. I think for us, what we're going to try to do is do as much as we can, or anyway, strengthen all efforts in the next few months. In the remaining months of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the EU, because we know that just transition is a matter that is very relevant to the Spanish government, but also with the Belgian presidency of the Council of the EU, because just transition is one of the 3 priorities of Minister Katabi for the Belgian presidency. So I think we're gonna try as much as we can to use this time frame, which is a bit more favorable for just transition, because we are very worried that indeed, to influence what's coming next, because we're very worried that after this period, things might get very complicated.
Thank you.
Thanks. On compatibility, as I said earlier, to me, they are not incompatible. It's a matter of sequencing. What comes first, what next. But in terms of the juxtaposition that exists objectively, I always say, give people a choice. Let the person who is unemployed choose. I'll tell you the experience in Greece. We had rolled out a year, almost at the same time. We had rolled out the intervention of the minimum income guarantee. And when the program of a job guarantee was announced, 30% of those that wanted a job were participating in a a minimum income guarantee program. They were recipients. And when the ILO asked them, why did you pick one over the other, the job program? What they said was that they were too depressed staying at home, and that the solidarity and the companionship of co-workers that had a common goal and a common project is what made them switch. Now, when they switched, that was at a great cost to them, because in order to be eligible for a minimum income guarantee during the previous year, you must have very low income. So with 8 months of work in a job guarantee program, because we legislated, I passed legislation regarding the rights that they had. Of course, they had all the rights that any worker in the private sector, not that there were too many, but same rights, of course, were applicable, including vacation time, maternity leave, and what have you. You know, you can legislate and do it properly. The projects that were picked were at the community level. So what does that mean? That means that community boards, local government, and school boards were involved and approved of the types of interventions that we were going to have. So are they compatible? I mean, it's my belief that the sequencing should be the one I proposed, but let people decide. That's what I say. Full emancipation and space for time. I want to be very brief. Okay, our standard of living depends on the income that we receive through our own work, on what the welfare state provides for us, and on the time that we have available to produce and enjoy things that the market or the state does not provide. From taking care of your children at night to cooking and shopping and all of that. Okay. Disproportionately, it's women that carried out this kind of work, unpaid work at home, and we know that. So we have 24 hours a day, and we have to allocate it between different kinds of activities, not only paid work and unpaid work, sleep, political participation, reading a book, listening to music, and what have you. If we are to move towards emancipation, what we have to do is reduce the working week horizontally, not for some people that will say, well, but I don't want to work. Okay, you don't want to work, but if I extend that to the entire society, I don't want to work for pay. Let me correct myself. If you extend that to the entire society, somebody would have to produce the vegetables, unless we are thinking of an exchange economy or moving towards a social and solidarity economy. If we are moving in that direction where you can have exchange markets and time banks and so on, we are talking about a really different arrangement of the world. And let me tell you, I'll be right up front there to argue for it. But we are not there, and social engineering is not going to work, okay? So last point that I want to make is about the universal basic services. Absolutely, that is exactly what I mentioned earlier, that once we reach this universal coverage, then of course, whatever dividend remains has to be distributed to the population. Thanks.
Excellent. I think, Guy, it's your turn now to close the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. I listened to the questions. I can't address all of them. Apologies if I don't address your particular question. I've just written a book called The Politics of Time, and I've got a whole chapter on the job guarantee as a policy. I have great fears that it will lead to a new version of workfare and an authoritarian state control. But I respect Ranier's own objectives, and I don't wish to get embroiled in that subject at this moment. But I assure you I'm not being patronizing in saying I respect your perspective. The points I want to mention as far as Olivia's concerned is that gender emancipation is fundamental to the arguments for basic income. I've been fortunate, as I mentioned, to have been doing pilots around the world where thousands of men, women, and children have been provided with a basic income. And we've asked questions in the surveys, the evaluation surveys. Who benefits more, men, women? And overwhelmingly, the response by men and women is that women benefit more. Now, this comes from people who've actually received it, right? Not from people who want to comment. And what we've also found is that basic income leads to people doing more forms of work that they want to do. Funny that, but that's what we should be encouraging as a transformational agenda. Not what the state wants them to do, or what their father or husband or whatever it is, or the elder statesman or something, but what they want to do themselves. And one of the findings which I want to put out that is very, very important for this debate is that we have found that basic income leads to an increase in work, not a decrease, as common prejudice would have it. So for me, that issue is very important, but it's a matter of freeing up. And this gets back to some point that Rania made, with which the book addresses. What we need is an imagery of freeing up time. Time for work that is not labor, for commoning that is embedded in our ecology, that is grounded in reproducing our communities and our ecology, and fundamentally also political. And that's why I discuss in the book the Scholle of ancient Greece, political participation in the life of the polis. And that leads to your question, with which I'll end, which is that I've discussed at great length how you fund a basic income. I believe you must move to a system where you extract the rents that people are gaining from taking our commons, including the sea, which is the biggest area of privatization and enclosure in the world today. Huge, ignored by most people, but it's hugely important. That's why I wrote a book on the subject. And we should use the Norwegian fund, pension fund, as a model for an independent entity that is not run by the government of the day, but is run independently, which treats the commons as a commons. In other words, if you are taking the rent from an exhaustible resource, you have to retain the commons for future generations, and you can only recycle the rental income gained from ecological investments. But there are other forms of commons that are not exhaustible, and that I discuss in the book, where you can recycle. We will only get support for carbon levies, for example, if we can guarantee to people that the payment they're making is going to be recycled in the form of common dividends or a basic income. But that's the way to get popular support. And I think that that is the direction which we on the left should be taking today. But apologies for not answering some of the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you all for being here today. Thank you so much to our speakers. And a big thank you also to Bela, Rania, and Guy for having contributed to our book with very brilliant chapters. Thank you very much. There's going to be lunch in the next room right on the left. Thank you very much.
Life is so busy.
I know.
Yes. You must be super busy too.
Okay, so it's 2:01. So I'm going to suggest we start. So I don't know if there's anyone still in the corridor. They're in slightly reduced audience this afternoon, but we had a very busy and productive morning, which is great. So thank you all for staying with us for the most important panel of the day. So I hope, everyone's had a good lunch and you're feeling ready for the third panel of today, which is on democracy at work as a means to citizen empowerment. a topic which is of course very close to our hearts here at the ETUI, and on which a number of current but also former ETUI colleagues have worked quite a bit, in particular in the Unit 1 on the Europeanization of industrial relations. So for this reason also, I would like again to take the opportunity, this was mentioned this morning, but I would like to stress it again, to express support and solidarity with the national strike today and the workers who took part in the manifestation. So for those of you who were this morning, we saw them outside. And they are manifesting against a bill that could enable the restriction of demonstrations to some extent. So it is against this background in particular that our discussion today is of particular importance, and we're happy that many of you who couldn't come in person as well are joining us online because of the disruptions of the transport system. So this discussion, in fact, is also one of the topics that we focus on in our book on transformative ideas, which looks at the role of trade unionism and workplace democracy in driving forward transformative change. And we have one of the authors, the co-authors, of one of the chapters with us today, but I should also mention that two other very interesting chapters in the book on collective bargaining by Keith Ewing and on the role of workplace democracy in acting as a buffer against authoritarianism by Reingard Zimmer. And so even though they couldn't be here with us today, I would really recommend having a look at their ideas. But with us here, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers from different backgrounds, all of whom have worked extensively on the topic of trade unionism and workplace democracy. So I would very much like to welcome Isabelle Ferreras, who is a professor at the Department of Political and Social Sciences and the School of Economics at the University of Louvain, and also senior researcher at Harvard University and a fellow at the Belgian National Fund for Scientific Research. We also have with us Claude Didry, who is a sociologist working on labor and industrial relations and director of research at the French National Center for Scientific Research. And together with Professor Philippe Askenazi, he co-authored the chapter in the book that we will talk about today. And then right next to me is Benjamin Denis, who is a senior policy advisor and head of industrial policy coordination at Industrial, which is Industrial Europe, which is the Federation of Independent and Democratic Trade Unions representing workers in the metal, chemical, energy, mining, textile, clothing, and footwear sectors, and also some of the related industrial industries and activities. That I'm very pleased to see here with us as well, Stan de Spiegelari, who is the Director of Research at Europa, which is the European Trade Union Federation representing service workers. And before that, of course, Stan was a dear colleague here at the ETUI. And I'm also very, very happy that Thea Jarc could join us this afternoon, who is the Confederal Secretary of at the European Trade Union Confederation, and she covers a wide range of dossiers, including collective bargaining, employment policies, non-standard forms of employment, and also youth, among others. So thank you all very much for being here with us. I'm going to ask you some questions now, for which I've given you 7 to 10 minutes. And after that, I would really like also to discuss the topic with the audience online here and in the room. So I would like to start with Isabelle. So Isabelle, you have a new book out yourself, which I think you also have there. So it would be nice, and you have written a lot on the potential of democracy at work as a means of empowering citizens, but also as a means of nurturing democracy beyond the workplace too, and also in firms as political entities. So can you tell us a little bit more about those ideas and also the measures that need to be put in place to make this work in practice?
Of course. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be with you and with my dear colleagues and friends here at this table to discuss, to reflect on the book and to share about these transformative ideas. So first, I wanted to salute the work of the European Trade Union Institute, because the work of ETUI is absolutely key, I think, to the future of the world and the future of workers. And it's been years that the super high quality work that is done by ETUI is really influencing, I think, extremely positively what we in academia are doing, and hopefully what some policymakers are doing. And so here I wanted to, in particular, salute what's in the title, this transformative ideas, speaks for the idea that ideas indeed needs to transform the world, needs to generate this energy of change that's so necessary today. And I wanted to convey the vision of Eric Olin Wright, an American sociologist who died 3 years ago, but who had this vision that democracy is a project based on the recognition of our equal dignity, a project that should never end, in the sense that it's a project that should be in the deepening and in the extending. If we stop actually deepening democracy, or if we stop extending, trying to extend it from the police to the economy, actually this project, this ideal of democracy is going to die. And I think this is really very inspiring today, and I wanted to put the book into that background because the book is truly contributed to what Eric called for, which is real utopias. That is the drive of the ideal, but the implementation today. We should care about implementing today these ideas. And so as we speak about democracy at work, indeed the present situation, I think, is a situation that urgently calls for thinking more deeply about democracy at work and deepening and the existing rights of workers and actually extending their rights. Because I would say the business as usual of information and consultation is not enough. And the citizens, I think, really feel that we are in this moment in history where firms are by becoming transnational, have become more important, more powerful than states. And so we need a response up to the level of threat that this represents, because it's no less than the threat of actually extinguishing democracy as a project carried out in the political area, and it's the threat of enabling us to collectively tackle the problem of climate change and fitting our economies into the planetary boundaries. So I just wanted to quote a figure: 83% of employees today, according to a survey conducted by a consulting firm, which is Kite Insights, based in London, which surveys employees' attitudes to work and expectations. And Kite surveys actually disclose that 83% of workers expect to act on environmental issues at work, in their work environment, because they clearly see the stakes and they clearly see ways to improve the situation, but they lack the right of doing so. So the topic of democracy at work is absolutely a burning topic. You asked me to give a little bit of background, and I think I have still 4 more minutes. And so I wanted to here share the fact that I think we can understand the situation in which we find ourselves here in the following way. Basically, we are faced with a situation where we face a confrontation between capitalism and democracy. Capitalism is also a regime of government. It's a regime of government that connects the political rights to govern to injecting capital or owning capital. Democracy, obviously, it's a totally different regime. It's a political regime which is grounded in the idea of recognizing our equal right to wait on the norms that we have as citizens to comply with, and the future that we want together to design for ourselves as a community. And today, the power of transnational corporations have become so big, and the power of the financial sector has become so important that actually transnational corporations should be seen, understood as political entities. They are the entities which govern the life of their workers. They are the entities which set the choice for the future. And yet they are despotic. They are despotic of capital, if you want. So the despot is those who own the capital and who inject it in the endeavor of the firm and who have the monopoly of rights to govern that adventure. I don't think that's sustainable, and I don't think that's desirable if we put that into the light of our democratic ideal. And so the question becomes, how are we going to democratize these political entities which are under the despotism of these capital owners? And when you think about that, and which is the work I've done as a researcher, you realize that in history, this has been exactly the problem that we face when we were confronted in the political history to the problem of despotism. And the problem of despotism since the 5th century before Christ in Rome has been the problem of a property-owning minority of people who actually managed to have the political rights to govern. This is the situation of the patricians in Rome, but this was the situation of the lords, if you take the case of Britain. And actually, this is a very analogical situation to the corporation, because the corporation is actually the representation of those who own capital, who have the property. And because they have the property, they have the political rights to decide about the fate of the entity. And so the insight coming from political history is that if we want to recognize workers for who they are, that is citizens in the workplace, being governed by the decisions of the political entity, we should grant them what happened in this bicameral history, the collective veto right to validate or veto the decisions that the corporation is taking. And actually what's very insightful and what brings quite some hope, I would say, is that if you look at the labor history, you see that the insight is right there in the institution of collective bargaining, and I think we're going to discuss that. It's very present in the book. The very existence of collective bargaining speaks for the recognition that actually those who are central to the endeavor of the firm are not only capital, but it's labor, it's necessary, and you need to institutionalize their dialogue or their conflict. And at the firm level, the German history is extremely telling, because the history of Mitbestimmung is really the recognition that workers are the second constituency, forgotten previously at the level of the government of the firm, which should be really put at that government level and given the right to govern the firm. The situation in the Mitbestimmung is that it's not a collective veto right, it's a majority decision mechanism where the chair is always coming from the capital side and has also a voting right. So it's still for labor being the junior partner of capital. But nevertheless, it speaks for that recognition, and I think we should absolutely move toward this gain in rights that workers actually should enjoy. Today, there is no reason why workers should be left just looking at what capitalists are doing and by destroying democracy and the planet. And in that sense, reflecting on labor rights is really crucial to put into perspective the fact that the corporation is probably the most extractivist institution that we have built in history. And so today, I think it's time to recognize that because we've built that as societies, we can build it differently, because the result that it produces, it's actually not by chance, it's by design that the corporation is made to just value the interest of capital. And so it's just normal. We shouldn't be surprised that this is what it's doing. But if the consequences are those we don't want to see, then it's real time to rethink the structure of the corporation, and for that, taking seriously labor rights and the issue of democracy at work is absolutely central to a future that is both democratic and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think thank you very much for stating that very, very clearly and powerfully. And I think some of what you said, I think picked up on from a very different perspective. And of course, you work on different topics, but some of what Guy Standing said also this morning about the unsustainability of the current system. But now I'll move on to our next speaker for yet again a slightly different perspective. So Claude, sorry, I've got my question mixed up, right. So Claude, what I wanted to ask you is that in your chapter with Philippe Askenazi in the Transformative Ideas book, you discuss the potential of trade unions to promote deliberative democracy at work on ecological issues. So promoting work, you call what you call ecological embeddedness in work or production processes. So can you tell us a little bit more about what you mean by that and how trade unions can get there?
Yeah, and so thank you for this invitation and this opportunity to express, to launch a new research orientation with my colleague Philippe in this text. The main notion we tried to introduce was the notion of ecological embeddedness, and according to us, it meant something that Isabelle has presented. It meant that everyone in his work has an ecological ambition, maybe a concern to deal with climate change. So ecological embeddedness means ecological concern in the work process itself, and it evolves in a way a form of materialistic point of view on democracy based on the institution of works we have today. Our main hypothesis was that this anchorage of ecological ambition in work practices led us to the shore of democratic practices, because work cannot be reduced to the subordination of a person to an employer, and through the employment contract, the workers becomes part of an entity, of a group of colleagues, and this group experience paves the way to the expression of collective choices based on exchanges with other workers and on the basis of each person's knowledge on his work. One of the challenges of democracy in the workplace is to make possible, to amplify, and on the contrary, sometimes to stifle an expression of these real and possible ecological practices that workers grabbed in their works. And this expression is very fragile, rare, and it echoes to the difficulties that employee representative bodies have in influencing economic strategies of the firm, a part situation where the future of jobs are radically threatened by restructuring processes. And so, to answer your question, this ecological embeddedness does not correspond directly to trade union activity likely to be deployed on the ground of a general plan of just transition, but it implies an activity of investigation and research in the workplace in which trade unions can play a role as activator or catalysts. And on this basis, we try to illustrate and develop this hypothesis with two exemplary situations. I would mention briefly one situation and the two situations have been chosen because they were beyond this focus of on energy industry. The first situation is the performing art world, and we try to analyze new strategies that emerge in this performing arts world with the need to answer the growth of rotation of spectacles and of competition in this world. And one of the ideas was to, especially after the lockdown, was to reach a situation where spectacles could be relatively stable and would be based in a form of residencies, more or long-term residencies in theaters, in order to have a larger audience and maybe to overcome the segregative aspects of these spectacles in the audience, and to open it to a larger part of the population. This was so the first example we had. You can see it in the text, maybe to develop it. The other one was the conversion of a paper mill in a French town, Rouen, which is La Chapelle d'Arblay paper mill, which is very important in the newspaper industry in France, and which the Finnish shareholder wanted to sell. And one of the implicit intention of this shareholder was to optimize its profitability by choosing buyers who would abandon the activity of the factory. And so in response, we observed a unionist initiative in elaborating a counter-proposition based on the intervention on two other industrial groups that will keep the facility in operation. And it was interesting because this approach was supported by an alliance with CGT and Greenpeace, and it led to I would say, the continuity of the activity based on the justification of the use of recycled paper. I would say the majority of recycled paper in France. So it was an interesting initiative that has attracted us. One other aspect which interested us was the intervention of the municipality of Rouen, who threatened to exercise its right of preemption on the sale of the facility, and who facilitated the takeover of the firm by the two industrial groups who would keep on the continuity of the activity. And so these examples have led us to envisage an ecological democratization in the world of work, which would not be limited to a health and safety approach, but in which it participates in an employee ecological strategy in production choices. And this approach is complex, according to us, because it cannot be reduced to the social plan for job cuts, for example, in automotive, oil or coal sectors, that could be involved in the just transition topic. And paradoxically, this approach could accompany reindustrialization justified by the concern to reduce CO2 emission due to the transport, and by adopting the perspective of satisfying needs, cultural needs in the case of living performance sector, or industrial needs, and especially, for example, nowadays in France, needs in the field of medication, for which lockdown has been a revelator of the inadequacies of competitive relocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Two very interesting, and also especially the one on the performance side. It's also a very original example. And it's actually quite nice that the next speaker is Benjamin, because you already sort of mentioned the term just transition, and perhaps what we classically understand by just transition is sort of the, the plans of what we will do, people who lose their jobs and so on, in a kind of more narrow sense. But of course, this perhaps a broader vision also of just transition. And so I wanted to ask Benjamin about the fact that Industrial advocates for a comprehensive framework to ensure a just green transition, one that is much broader than what we currently have at the European level, and also in the way that just transition is understood in this more narrow way within the European Green Deal. So can you tell us a bit more about this proposed framework and the role of trade unions and worker participation in it, and also perhaps some examples of just transition measures that you can think of that promote democracy at work, and of course, feel free also to talk about maybe how this complements the topic, these ideas that Claude just presented.
In 7 minutes.
You can have 8.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, I'm Benjamin Denis for Industrial Europe, which is the European Trade Union Sectoral Federation representing workers from the industry. So we are, I would say, the front line of the debate on decarbonization and what that means for workers and the world of work. Maybe a step back before entering into our specific proposal. What is just transition, by the way, and where does it come from? I think quite important nowadays to remind that just transition is a trade union concept. In the Brussels bubble, but also in some transnational and national fora, we see more and more businesses, governments talking about just transition, launching broad church initiatives with a series of reports, with groups, with roundtables, sometimes with a wide sample of academic experts, but without a single worker or a single trade unionist around the table. This is not just transition. Just transition is born in the late 80s in the US in the context of the phase down of nuclear weapons. The trade unions representing workers from the impacted industry said, okay, we support the trend, generally speaking, politically speaking, but we don't want to see workers paying the price of this phase down policy. We need to back the phase down policy with a series of active labor market policies and measures to support workers and communities that might be impacted. This is the kind of ideas, this is the kind of narrative that the international trade union movement has brought into the climate debate. First, in the UN climate change negotiations under the leadership of the ITUC. It has led to a series of guidelines which have been adopted in the context of the International Labour Organization, a series of guidelines on just transition adopted in 2015 by a tripartite organization, quite important. And now we have an EU just transition framework, which is not perfect, I'll come back to that, but which exists. And why do we need a just transition, and why do we need to strengthen the just transition framework now? When I started to work on those issues some years ago, we had a series of projects on how workers and trade unions could contribute to, for instance, greening the workplace. The idea was to change the light bulbs in the canteen, to promote the use of bicycles to go to the workplace, and so on and so forth. Now, with the Fit for 55 package and with the climate policies in the EU, we are entering into a new phase. It's not anymore just changing the light bulbs, it's changing the plant. Changing the plant in sectors which are extremely capital intensive, and we don't have 2 centuries to do that. It has to be done in less than 2 decades. So we are entering into a completely new phase of climate action, which will dramatically accelerate, deepen, and generalize the decarbonization process. What does that mean for workers? Of course, according to sectors that are considered, you will have different impact on jobs. You have, on the bright side of the equation, a series of sectors that will benefit from massive investments, innovations, and where a series of jobs will be created.
typically renewable energy is usually identified as one of the sectors winning because of the transition. On the other side of the spectrum, you have also all those jobs that are intrinsically linked to emission-intensive activities. First and foremost, coal mining. If you are a coal miner, it's hard to contemplate a transition to a decarbonized economy with only optimism and confidence. And in between, you have a series of sectors that will have to change their business model, launch new products, use new processes, new energy sources, and so on and so forth. So the debate is not only about the number of jobs that will be created or destroyed. It has all decarbonization and structural change, more broadly, has also an impact on organization of work, occupational health and safety, a series of issues that are in the DNA of social dialogue, in the DNA of the trade union activity. So it's impossible to fully decarbonize the economy in a couple of decades, which is actually what the EU has committed to do, without changing deeply and quickly the world of work, the labor market at the same time. Hence, the need to support those climate policies with a series of labor market policies, social policies. And I think it's important to remind that even though there are overlaps and clear links with a broader social justice agenda, the just transition concept is really thought to focus on the world of work, on jobs, on employment, and on labor market. Now, what's the situation today? We have indeed a series of positive developments that happened in the EU. We have a just transition fund, maybe a bit too limited. We only have nowadays 20 billion euros available, 50% coming from the Next Generation EU, meaning that beyond the Next Generation EU, there will be a cliff in terms of finance available to support just transition measures in the EU. We have beyond the fund a policy cycle made of a series of initiatives, including the design of territorial just transition plans to support regions that are intensive in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. We also have a series of initiatives launched by the Commission on skills and education in different sectors, Skills Alliance notably. Fair enough, and this is something that we have to welcome if you compare what we have nowadays with the purely target and market approach that we have had for years as EU climate policy. Now, is it enough? No, because what we can see on the ground is a series of situations where workers feel that they are squeezed between, on the one hand, the decarbonization agenda, which is there, and I think that to echo what Isabelle said, a wide majority of workers, 80, 90%, really support the decarbonization agenda. But they feel squeezed between this agenda that will dramatically change their daily life, their work, their job, their ability to pay their mortgage, to have access to society, to a decent life, and another wall which is coming, which is the complete lack of anticipation of change. When you look in the sector I'm the most working on nowadays, automotive sector, in 2035 in the EU, only electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles will be allowed. If OEMs want to continue to produce cars, it will have to be for exports, or if they sell them in the EU, they will have to pay fines. So it will have a major impact on employment in the sector, because you have a high number of jobs that are located in part of the value chains that manufacture products, valves, pumps, that only exist in internal combustion engines. What are we doing with those workers? Where are the plans in the supply chain? And we have examples in the news. Marelli, a few days ago in Italy, announced the closure of a plant. We have also Tenneco, a big multinational company active in the automotive supply chain. Bosch, we have that kind of companies. And sometimes they announced, sometimes too often,
massive redundancies, layoffs are announced without any kind of ex-ante information consultation of workers. In the same way, if you discuss with energy-intensive industries workers, you show them what is the emissions trading system cap due to the Fit for 55 package. It means that if in 15 years, their site, their plant is not able to produce in a zero carbon way, they will have to cope with a carbon price which will be at unprecedented price. In other words, if the transformative investments are not happening in the coming decade, their activity is dead. And when you ask to an assembly like this one, made of shop stewards and trade unions coming from those sectors, if in your company there is a plan negotiated with union to reach carbon neutrality, including with a series of measures, it's not only about investment, it's also about retraining people, a series of measures, raise your hand, you have a small minority raising their hands, showing that there is a lack of anticipation, there is a lack of social dialogue to accompany those changes that are already there, that will impact even more and more the workers in the coming days. And that's why we have insisted so much as Industrial Europe on the need to accompany the EU decarbonization agenda, which again is absolutely crucial and necessary, with a strong just transition framework. I cannot enter into details, but it's available on our website in 6 different European languages, not only in English. You have the details, so please download it, share it, discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I would really encourage you to have a look at it for anyone, or anyone in general, but also especially if you're interested in just transition, because Industrial has been working very hard on this for the last long while, in fact. So thank you very much. I move on now to Stan for perhaps a bit more of a general question, but again, feel free to pick up on any of what's been said. So Stan, you've worked a lot on the importance of democracy at work, collective bargaining, and the unionization of workers. And you are yourself a very active trade unionist, and you are out on the streets today. So can you share some thoughts with us on why this is so crucial for Europe, and why in particular now, and perhaps tell us about some of the campaigns that Europa and yourself have been involved in.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Kalina. I'm very happy to be here today, and also I'm very happy to see in a book of ETUI to have 3 chapters on democracy at work. That makes me very happy because the topic is very close to my heart. And the reason why the topic is close to my heart is my friend Jan. And to be honest, me and Jan, we don't have a lot in common. The only thing we have in common is that we come from the same village, we have the same age, and we lived in the same street. So obviously we were the best friends until we were like 22 or something like that. We went to elementary school together. We went to high school together. We went to university together, which I completed and he didn't, given that we don't have so much in common, and he was very good in football and I was not. But anyway, after his relatively failed university attempt, he went to the bank, and he went to work as a bank teller, just a clerk at the bank, basically. And after a couple of weeks, he called me and I was asking him, so how's it going? How's the job going? He said, you know what, Stan? Everything we learned in schools, everything they taught us, it's all a big lie. In school, when we were in elementary school and in high school, what did we learn? We learned to make our own opinions. We learned to be critical. We learned to voice our own opinions, make arguments for those opinions, and basically stand up for ourselves. And he says, whenever I do any of that in this bank, I get sanctioned, I get put in the corner. It's not appreciated. Any of the things that we've learned in our high school, I cannot use any of it. I just need to follow the orders and do whatever the supervisors tell us. Now, what does this small anecdote tell us? It tells us that democracy in society and authoritarianism in companies, as Isabelle also called it, it's a very difficult fit. We raise our people, we raise our citizens in our schools to be active democratic participants, to be critical citizens. And then we put them in companies where basically democracy has no place or a very small place. So this is a bit of a problem. I'm going to go to a next friend of mine. I'm not going to tell her name, but it's an ex-colleague of mine. And on a certain moment, and it's not Kalina, it's not anybody in this room, but anyway, it doesn't matter. And on a certain moment, well, it could be, it's not a bad story. On a certain moment, we were talking about with her about why we joined the trade union, okay? And so she used to work in textile, and she said the moment that I joined the trade union, the moment that I became active, the feeling I had was a feeling of true emancipation. The moment I joined my first trade union meeting, that I had the first time that the union officers were coming to me and we had a discussion about what to do in the workplace, the feeling I had was emancipation. For the first time in my life, I had somebody who told us, no, you don't always have to listen. You know what? We can actually decide together something and we can go to the boss and try to do collective bargaining, etc., etc. So what we see there is that trade unionism, it's an anecdote, trade unionism is a ship of emancipation, is a school of democracy. It's where the people learn how to make their own opinions again and defend them in the workplace. And I'm going to tell you a third story, and then my stories are almost complete. And this is when recently I was in the US, and I was talking to one of my friends in the US, and I was asking him, what happened in the US with the government Biden, you know, like the Biden president who now says, I want to be the most pro-union president in the history of the US. Well, Biden, I mean, I didn't know him as very much of a progressive guy before. I mean, yeah, Democrat, but not somebody waving a red flag. And the answer that this friend of mine told me is that, you know what, the Democratic establishment, they realized that without the unions, that because of the union decline, the Republicans and Trump basically won. Because the civil society and let's say the emancipation of the working class, those organizations have been weakened. They have turned to populism, and that's why we have people like Trump winning. And so the Democratic government, although they are not red flag waving people, they have seen that they have to restore the union, to restore civil society, to save democracy. And these are just three anecdotes. But if we look at the data, if we look at the data behind those three anecdotes, namely between the relation between workplace democracy and engagement, civic engagement, political engagement of citizens, we see the same relation. Those workers that work in companies with democracy, with autonomy, with involvement, are more likely to go to vote, are more likely to trust the democracies. The same with the trade union activity. If we compare people who are active in trade unions and those who are not, we see that those people who are active in trade unions, controlled for many things, are more likely to vote, are more likely to believe in democracy, are more likely to be democratic, active citizens. And the same things we see on the national level. If we compare those countries where you have systems of collective bargaining, where you have workplace democracy, where you have all those kind of systems ready, we see that also political democracies in those countries are much stronger. So the thing is, what is a bit worrying is that we kind of knew this. We knew this relation between democracy at work and political democracies. We knew it in the 40s. We created the ILO for that reason. We knew it in the 50s. We created works councils for that reason. We knew it in the 70s and the 80s when we created, in many countries, board-level employee representation. We put people, co-management of companies in a number of Nordic countries. But it seems that we've forgotten it in the 90s and in the 2000s. And we ended up with Trump. Well, not here, but we ended up with populism. So normally I'm quite positive and optimistic, and I am actually quite positive and optimistic because I think on this moment, also in the European Union, we see that there's a bit of a realization of this problem. A realization that we have to reestablish the trade unions, we have to reestablish collective bargaining in order to save our democracies. One of the things that we see this positive sign, is of course the minimum wage directive, and I'm a huge fan of that directive, although I think it has its limits, but that says we need to go back to 80% coverage of collective bargaining. And I think what is very nice in the book that you guys have written or composed is a little bit of a critique against the minimum wage directive. And the critique, and I didn't think of it myself, but when I read it, I thought it was very good, is that the minimum wage directive, if you read it, the outcome, the result, the purpose is very good. But the motivation for it is economical and capitalist. The motivation for it is they say we need the the minimum wage directive, we need collective bargaining, because otherwise we have inequality, because the companies will work better if there are trade unions, because X, Y, and Z. But I do think that the reason why we need a minimum wage directive, the reason why we need democracy at work is not because to make our capitalist economies work better, but it's because we are democratic societies. Because we need to save democracy, not save democracy, but make democracy flourish. And for that, we don't only need to go and vote, but we need the civil society and we need the institutions of democracy at work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Stan, for these really inspiring words, and thank you also for sharing these also personal experience and anecdotes. That was, yeah, I think it's really important to always come back to that. And in fact, what I wanted to say also is that I'm actually really happy also that Tea could join this panel, because we have 3 trade unionists and friends. And I think I also wanted to reflect on the fact that, many of the things that we discussed also earlier in the day, the transformative ideas, those are topics that trade unions have been, really driving forward, like pushing forward. Of course, the unions represented here, but also other trade unions. I mean, we've had a couple of ongoing collaborations also with EBSU, for example, and other trade unions. So I just wanted to mention this again, that of course we have a panel on this, but it's a topic that is important really throughout everything that we discussed today. And so I think with that, I will give the sort of final intervention of the day, though of course we have time for questions, to Tea. And Tea, I kind of have maybe 2 related kind of questions that I want to ask you. I mean, one of them is a bit more particular on collective bargaining, because that is one of the areas that you cover and something that Stan just mentioned, and also actually also the others. And that is, what is the sort of the role of collective bargaining in driving forward transformative change, specifically in sort of touching on some of this sort of challenging landscape that we have at the moment, including the green transition, but also other challenges, and maybe perhaps a broader one to round off the day. What is the space of trade unions in sort of looking towards the future in driving forward a transformative agenda? And I think that's something that in particular I found is very relevant for young people of today. And so how can also trade unions inspire young people to join the movement and to be part of the solution to these challenges that we're seeing at the moment? So with that, I leave you to speak.
Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to exchange here with you. And yeah, when you mention transformative ideas, indeed, we need to, I guess, look at what has been the transformation that we went through, looking also at the, of course, labor market and the economy. And maybe starting here, just analyzing that indeed more and more workers are actually deprived from the opportunity to form or join or engage in trade unions and exercise their rights to collective bargaining and to participate in this democracy of work idea. Just because indeed we have went through the austerity measures in the previous economic and financial crisis and through a lot of neoliberal policies, which of course led to the flexibilization of the labor market. And now we are facing the very huge differences with more and more precarious work, non-standard forms of employment, platform work rising, and of course new forms of working through telework as well, which has been a consequence of pandemic. And all of this, in many practical cases, it's preventing workers to join the unions, to even know about it. And because of this, we see, of course, the trade union density dropping and collective bargaining decreasing, collective bargaining coverage decreasing as well. So indeed, we see the answer to all of this, of course, in empowering the trade unions and empowering social dialogue and collective bargaining. Looking at the moment where we are right now, I guess, yes, there are like 3 important moments. And one of these, it's of course, yes, green collective bargaining. This has been mentioned by Isabella as well. More and more people are engaged in this topic. We expect everybody to reach the targets that we have identified for us. So there is also an opportunity to bring green topics to the collective bargaining and agreements. And of course, in line with the just transition that we talked about today already, everybody has to pitch in. Another thing, which is quite unique timing, I would say, it's of course the labor market tightness or shortages that we see right now. We at the ETUI, we see this as an opportunity. So the answer to the labor market shortages, so lack of workers accepting low quality jobs actually, it's not only in mobility, because many times this is actually a forced mobility. Of course we support mobility, it's a right of every worker, but it should not be forced. So here, talking about the labor market shortages, we should use it for gaining the trade union power to fight for improving working conditions, improving salaries, and with this, gaining workers. And of course, also for opportunity for training, reskilling and upskilling, because this is very much also linked to the green and digital transition that we are part of right now. So yes, we see a lot of response also from the Commission and from the speech of President of the Commission, von der Leyen, saying like, yes, we need to address the labor market shortages, of course, but not with forced mobilities, because let's not forget, workers are not a commodity that you can just ship in when you need it and then abandon probably when you don't need them anymore. And then of course, yeah, the third element, minimum wage directive that has been mentioned already. We are in the process of transposition right now, and we put a lot of hope in this. Not only because we really hope that we can ensure the living wage for everybody, but that this is going to pave the way for the transformation of the trade unions as well. Increasing collective bargaining coverage to 80%, it's an opportunity for all of the trade unions across Europe to regain power. And if the member states really will follow with their action programs, this is a new momentum for all of us. And yeah, talking about this and your second question, this basically leads me to the trade union renewal, to the things that we need to change within our own structures in order to be able to respond to the changes that we see at the labor market, in industry, and yeah, everywhere around us. So here, for sure, we need to reach out to all various groups of workers, mostly to young people, to platform workers, to women and to migrants, to really make sure that they are part of the trade unions, that they have the opportunity to bargain for their rights. And we need to open our structures. This means that, yeah, we might need to change. And we see a lot of trade unions already doing this. And for example, I'm coming from Slovenia, where before coming to the ETUI, I was a president of a trade union of young unemployed people and precarious workers and platform workers. You know, so maybe also establishing new structures within trade unions who are going to cater the specific needs of specific groups of workers. And at the same time, we need to address new topics as well. So of course, climate justice, just transition, digital topics, telework, platform work. But also we should not be afraid of talking about taxation, because this matters to us as well. And basically proposing the alternatives to the current systems that we have. Because the idea of the trade union should not only be to improve the working conditions, but of course to improve the lives of people. And we have to ask ourselves if it's even possible to improve the lives if we maintain in the current neoliberal system that we are part of, or we should rather rebuild a system that is going to put the well-being of the citizens and the planet at the forefront. So yes, not being afraid of addressing new topics as well. And yeah, in order to do all this, we have to increase our own capacities. So we need to exchange ideas, we need to learn from each other, we need to develop new tools to reach out to all those groups of workers that are right now left behind, but also how to address them. We need more trainings within our own structures. And yes, we also need leadership change. We need to bring more young people also to the top positions within the trade unions, because otherwise it is very clear that trade unions are going to die as a structure if we do not youth up our own structures, if we do not have young people being involved already now and taking the high positions, we cannot, sustain those organizations. So yeah, I see a lot of links that need to come together in order to be able to address this transformation that we are all part of. But as I said, I also see a lot of potential in this.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Thea. I think you mentioned also, I think it is also, I said, trade unions have been engaged in this sort of transformative change, but we also still have a lot to think about how trade unions can change or evolve and so on. So I think what you said was really important. So we have half an hour, no, a little bit more than half an hour. So we have plenty of time for questions. I have some questions, but I think maybe I want to open up the sort of discussion to the floor. So does anyone have any questions? Oh, there's 1, 2, 3 on this side. Maybe we'll take, yeah.
Hi, hello. My name is Schutter and Guy Standing. I work for CIRIEC, an international center for public, social, and cooperative economy research center. My question would be to all of you, I guess, is what are your thoughts on employee ownership in the context of this whole discussion we're having right now? Thank you.
Don't hear much.
Sorry, can you?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's very clear.
If you could maybe speak, but the question is finished, okay.
Yeah, so it was, what are your thoughts on employee ownership, right? Yeah. Employee ownership, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, next question.
My name is Nancy Pauwels. I'm also from the trade union, Belgium trade union, ACV Puls. It's a reflection question for everyone in the panel. What are your opinions about next directive coming, due diligence, corporate due diligence, because it's a leverage for a sustainable business model. It's about 3 issues: environment, social, governance, taken into account in strategy of the companies, an obligation not only in their own operation but also in the supply chain, and the enforcement of transition plans, especially with regard to industrial speaker importance. The threshold is 250, is very, very high for companies, but it's an opportunity, a leverage, because also for collective bargaining and for trade unions, for change, to take all those 3 issues: the impact, financial risk on the company, but also the impact of the company on those 3 issues.
Thank you very much. And I think there was another question here, and then, yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for a very interesting panel and discussion. I am Margit Lindgren. I work for the Norwegian Trade Union Confederation as an advisor on sustainability policy. And my question for the panel today, especially the trade union movement, is how do we prepare ourselves for increasing levels of conflict in the future, especially as we discuss these transformative ideas that address structural drivers of crises and power relations that are also increasing with increasing levels of inequality. I think historically, when we've seen movements attempting to address these structural issues, they've been faced with violence. And so if we are talking about transformative ideas today, then how do we as a movement prepare for these increasing levels of conflict? Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe we can, maybe I'll let you answer first, and then we can take a second round. There'll be time for, I think that we have time for a second round. So who wants to start? Maybe start from, let's go the other way around now.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. Regarding employee ownership, of course, this is the next level of democracy of work. And I think that I'm from Slovenia, and our minister, he's very much into this, and he was just explaining us a couple of weeks ago about this silver line that it's across Europe, and it basically portrays owners who are mostly, small and medium enterprises and are owned by now already old people who are going to retire. And the question is, what's going to happen with the company, with all of the employees after they retire? And they are trying to build a new scheme and a new approach exactly for the workers to buy out the company, to take it over, and with this, not only keep their jobs, but also, of course, own the means of production, which should be, the main idea or ideal establishment for the workers. So I think that this represents a huge potential of course, many of the countries do not have a lot of support for this, or not even cooperatives. So I would say that there is mostly a lot of potential in basically addressing this. Regarding the due diligence, I guess it's going to be more industrial saying about this as well. So maybe I just to pass the floor quickly responding to increasing level of conflict. I think that whenever there is a decrease of democracy, exactly the potential for a conflict arise. So yes, I agree. We need to be ready for this. And not, I definitely do not want to call for a violent conflict, but also, nevertheless, be ready for it and not to be afraid of it, because it's nothing wrong in saying this does not fit us, the system does not fit them, this is not a democracy, this is not what we want, and stay on this ground. And this is already a conflict. So we should not be afraid of using the word conflict or really portraying it, and not forgetting that we're still fighting. We're not only asking, we're not begging, we are fighting. So hopefully, of course, this conflict is not going to, result in a violent uprising or anything like that. But in the democracy, if it would function, we wouldn't need to have it. The fact that it's not functioning, it's increasing basically the chances of even bigger conflict.
Thank you. Thank you for these questions and for all the input. Maybe I'd like to make 3 points in response to what was said. The first point is that there is, I think, an obvious risk for increased violence in the coming future, and it's not a risk; it's probably a certainty. Given the magnitude of the stakes, I guess I always keep in mind a lesson from one of my professors who used to say, studying the labor history, that basically the amount of energy you have to put in any fight is basically about the same. Whatever you ask for a small demand for a small thing or for a big, large demand. And so she used to say, so go for the big goal. And I think this is indeed, and in the book, in the introduction, you're quoting Beveridge saying this is a revolutionary moment. I think we are in a pre-revolutionary or revolutionary moment indeed, where the foundations of societies are very much at rethinking and at risk. And so this is why I think it's the role of all leaders in all fields, the union fields, but also academic leadership, to really help society to understand that we have to think about our way to get organized to face the future that we don't want in the future and to pursue the future that we want. And from that perspective, I would like to connect the issue of democratization with the issue of decommodification, because I think that it was very clear from this morning that indeed the proposal of a job guarantee seems a very strong proposal if we want to address the problem that Benjamin clearly said, which is that in many industries, we know that there will be people who are going to be faced with a major uncertainty, because we are going to have to tell them, your plant in 10 years from now, we need to close it. And as long as we keep putting our fate into the so-called labor market, this is not a way to govern such a transition. We need to, and this is not like me, it's like ILO foundational, principle, labor is not a commodity. We are speaking about every worker is not a commodity. And to make that through, we have to then find a policy instrument that is capable to affirm that. And I think that the job guarantee is indeed the way to guarantee everyone a secure job, a decent job, a unionized job, meaningful, with a meaningful goal that can then be offered so that every worker knows that if their job position has to be made redundant for the sake of decarbonization, we, as a society, we will care. But that, at the same time, I think has to go hand in hand with democratizing all those decisions, because there is no way we are going to take them at speed and with the legitimacy necessary if workers are not fully involved through their union representatives. And so this is why democratizing firm and decommodifying labor is really, really the necessary bedrock upon which we can indeed build a future that is sustainable. And I'm not just saying that myself, just as a reference. We were more than 6,000 researchers across the globe to sign a statement along those lines during the first lockdown, and there is a lot of cooperation with ETUI through Sarah Lafuente, for instance, who is in this democratizing work research network. So that was the second point I wanted to make. And then the third one, if I can, Thea and I attended 2 weeks ago in Santiago de Compostela, a high-level, so-called high-level meeting of the European Union, where the labor ministers met with unions and employers to discuss. One of the 3 topics was democracy at work. The second one was green collective bargaining, and the third one was algorithmic management. And this was put forth by Yolanda Díaz, the labor minister of Spain, the vice prime minister of Spain, as her 3 priorities for the Spanish presidency. And I think we heard very, very, I mean, it's the first time I hear at that EU level such offensive statements on the need to make workers citizens in the workplace. And Commissioner Schmidt, I think to this audience is really relevant to mention, he really felt like he had to say workers are not citizens in the workplace, and we should make sure that actually the EU support an economy where workers can co-decide collectively the decisions at the firm level. This was an extremely progressive statement. Of course, we know that, statements are, can be voiced, and that changes it to make them happen. It's another level of action. Nevertheless, if you don't have the words, if you don't have the thinking, nothing will happen in the right direction. So I think we are really in this, and the Spanish minister, Yolanda Díaz, spoke about a bifurcation in the history of the European Union. She said, we have to take another avenue, which is not to go back to austerity to face our problems, but to really empower workers so that we can govern the future as a democratic society and at the level of every one firm. So,
thank you. Can we go to Claude?
Yes, I want to answer as a desperate European after 10 years of austerity policy led in the framework of the famous European semester. I think that Europe means, in France, austerity means the reducing of labor law. And especially in the case of democracy at work, it has been crushed by those reforms since the 10 years. And the last one being the ordinance by Mr. Macron. So I don't see the light in democratic issues, and I don't trust Europe for restoring democracy. I must admit it nowadays. On the conflict and violence issue, I think what has surprised me in France is that during this period of pension reform, people demonstrated a lot, but there were very rare conflict on this issue. There were conflict linked to negotiation of wages, but no general conflict. And I think that this passivity has to see with the reform that has been engaged during this austerity decade. I don't know how to overcome it, but I see something which is a form of despair. On the employee ownership issue, I think it doesn't solve the problem of competition between firms, and it doesn't solve also the problem of the firms themselves, because we don't know what is a firm. A firm owns firm, who owns firm, and it has to see with the supply chains where nobody has a control on the supply chain. And maybe, according to me, one good issue could be, and it has been proposed, for example, in the steel industry in Taranto, could be the public ownership. We could have the, we have today public ownership, and I think it will not be easy in Europe because of European Union, because of European Commission, because of the control of European Commission. So, but public ownership in the time of emergency we live, according to me, is a necessity, but it will not happen because of Europe. So I'm a desperate European for all these things.
Thank you very much, Stan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just two reactions on two of the questions. I'm not an expert in the due diligence directive, so I'm not going to comment too much on that, but there is the CSRD directive, the Corporate Social Responsibility Reporting Directive, or something like that, which I am very much enthusiastic about, and which will oblige multinationals and big companies to report on a lot of corporate social responsibility data, such as unionization and collective bargaining, also in their plans country by country. And that, I think, is a very, very good thing. I'm overly optimistic, I always have been, and I'm planning to continue to be so. And I'm probably overly optimistic about the minimum wages directive, but also by the CSRD, so the Corporate Social Responsibility Directive. Passing from directives to the street, the question of the fight, of course, I think is very, very interesting, and I think we see the proof of what you're saying today. We've seen it today here on the streets. Belgium is a country with strong social dialogue, with a rich tradition of social partnership that we've also left a little bit, but okay, with strong trade unions, strong collective bargaining, and now we have to defend basic fundamental rights on demonstration and on union action, on industrial action in the streets. Before this conference, I was in Finland to talk with the trade union there. Finland is a country also strong trade unions, rich tradition of social dialogue. They currently have a right-wing government who really has as his objective to undo a lot of that social partnership, undo the collective bargaining, make the trade unions weaker. What I've learned from the Finnish trade union is that this union is ready. This union has not stopped or has not taken the back seat and saying, hey, we're powerful and we will just do what we did a decade ago. No, already 5 or 6 years, they are experimenting with much more engaged union membership traditions, with organizing drives, etc., to really mobilize and involve their members much more with the union. I think that is very, very important. Because institutions, I love to talk about directives and I love to talk about structures, but in the end, we should not depend on them. The power of the labor movement and of the trade unions depends on the activity of active membership. And that's what we should always remember. That is the main thing. And in this, I mean, we're having also a little bit of a debate, so I would strongly disagree with what Isabelle just said about, about going for the big fight immediately. No. What we are teaching, what we are as Union Europa, not me personally, but my colleagues are telling about organizing, etc., is you start with the microwave. Collective action is something you learn. Collective action is something you have to start small. You have to start with a collective action about replacing the microwave, not replacing the boss. And it's only when you've did these small actions around very tangible and reachable objectives that you can go bigger. So I would, from a workplace level, not from a society level, really advise to start small. Is there anything else that I want to say? No, I don't think so.
Thank you very much. So I pass the floor to Benjamin.
Yeah, employee ownership. I'm not sure exactly what you meant with those words. Actually, we
could imagine different models. First one which comes to my mind is cooperatives. Many of our sectors are sectors that are quite capital intensive. So I'm not sure that the cooperative model is the most, let's say, adapted to the economic realities of many of our sectors, but I'm touching a subject I'm not fully aware of. The other model is allowing workers to become shareholders of their company. And this is something which is well established in a series of countries. But this is also something which entails a series of political and ideological debates, including among the trade union movement, because some first fear that it could create or exacerbate the corporatist tendency of part of the trade union movement, and trade unions would become first defender of their specific companies instead of being promoting a certain vision of society, fairness, social justice, and so on. And then there is also a more practical issue, which is if part of the income is related to that kind of system, it entails a significant level of volatility in the wage system. So I actually see much more potential in what Claude just said, public ownership. And here it's just a personal opinion, not an official opinion of industrial Europe. But I agree so much with what Claude said about the deep contradiction between the scope of the challenges we have ahead of us and the limited time we have to cope with them on the one hand, and on the other hand, the fact that whether we like it or not, the EU legal system is a kind of pyramid with on the top of the pyramid competition law. And when the Commission has to assess, for instance, a merger project between different companies, the methodology which is applied aims at mainly avoiding that the new company would get a dominant position in the referred market. Okay, but if you want to transform a blast furnace, a traditional blast furnace, into a new low carbon steel plant, it's extremely capital intensive. So this is something for which you need an investment power. So if you break down those companies into small companies, more than that, if you oblige the big companies to sell their industrial assets to actually funds, actors of the casino economy, it's absolutely sure, from my perspective, that the kind of transformative investments that we need will not happen. They don't have the money, and if they would have the money, they wouldn't invest because the payback time is much too long and much too uncertain. So I do believe that we will have, if we want to be serious with the climate targets for industrial sectors, to explore alternative models. And I think that public ownership will be part of the menu, maybe not for all sectors, maybe not for all countries, maybe not for all regions, but I'm sure that in some contexts, it will be the only workable solution. Due diligence, I will maybe a bit broader the debate. We are shifting to an economy which will be extremely metal intensive. All the technologies that are needed to decarbonize the economy are metal intensive. We do not have those resources, many of those resources in the EU. We import them a lot, cobalt, nickel, lithium, rare earth, always difficult to pronounce for French-speaking speakers, sorry. And what we do believe as trade unions and member of the the international trade union movement, that we shouldn't secure our supply of raw materials at the expense of human rights standards, including labor rights. We should try to have instruments, including the due diligence instrument, that might generate, that will generate positive developments for the local populations, especially in the global south. But when you see what the European Commission has proposed as part of the EU Green Deal Industrial Plan, we have the Critical Raw Materials Act, we have the Net Zero Industry Act. In one sense, it's a positive development because eventually the EU has an industrial strategy that fits with the decarbonization objective, but it is made of call for deregulation. It is made of willingness to improve kind of short-term competitiveness. And we don't see that much safeguards in terms of respecting human rights in Europe and globally. In the same way, the financial strategy is mainly relying on state aids without any kind of social and sustainable conditionality. So I'm afraid that what we see nowadays as looming political compass from the Commission, but not only, also in the Council, it's made of economic security first, with an economic strategy communication which has been released just before the summer. Just read it. We have also this call to reduce reporting obligations by 25%, if I remember well. Where does that figure come from? No clue. No clue, it's just a figure, 25% of reporting obligation. Try to have a due diligence directive without strong and effective reporting obligation. It's just a fairy tale. It's useless. So I'm afraid that what we see is not really going into the direction that you have described in your intervention. Yeah, and I think that the other speakers have already quite comprehensively answered the other questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have 8 minutes for. There was one question where I promised I would, but very, very brief. Very brief, and then there's one here, and there is one question from the chat, which I'll just briefly say now. I think it's for Isabelle, perhaps, which is co-determination in big companies does not need to be restricted to the relation just between employees and owners. So there are proposals that try to incorporate at least sort of a third group of stakeholders. So do you also consider such solutions? So that's just a question for you, and 2 brief questions here, then we can wrap up.
Sorry, I'm disturbing with a lot of questions. But the principle of democracy of the Athenians, because the Romans, they didn't have a democracy, they had a republic. These are totally different legal entities. It's another meaning the republic, another meaning the democracy. It is who wants to speak, he can come here and speak. This was the principle of the Athenian democracy, if we want not a representative democracy, but a true democracy. So the desperate citizens, they have a solution, but unfortunately, our movement is at the back, at the mountain areas of the parliaments. So the questions are 2. What about the trade unions today? Because, you know, the trade unions movements, they were very good for the Europeans in a national level during 30s and 20s, especially in Spain and France, and they created a lot of innovations and helped the evolution of this kind of representative democracy. But today, nowadays, the trade unions, they are totally, how could I say it? They are under the guidance of the party system, an oligarchic approach. So they follow an oligarchic approach, and the leaders, they are sleeping because they are financing them. So when you are financed by someone, you owe to him, you cannot be free, as the trade union should be. So are the trade unions today guiding, as we advise, to an autonomy option of a self-management? And what about the relation? You speak about work and jobs, which is a totally wrong direction, according to the.
Sorry, we didn't hear that.
The relation of the works and jobs you are speaking, the creation of jobs. This is unrelated to the future which is going to happen, because as I'm working here in Brussels 16 years in a volunteer basis.
I'm really sorry. I just might have to stop you there, but we have 5
sciences.
minutes.
No, there's a question.
Okay.
So when we have in Brussels 5,000 workers on the cleaning sector, and we have now the robots which they can deal, and we can have only 200 persons working, controlling the robots. What are you going to do with this? Where is the democracy in that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the lady up here had a question, and then you'll each have about 1 minute to respond, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. My question is about multi-level governance. I agree that we need policy instruments, and all day long a lot of proposals have been made regarding policy instruments. But we also need common goals and common language. And the word sustainable and sustainability is continuously used, but the meaning of it is really not very well explained. And I think it's important also to communicate with the electors that the sustainability is not only about public finance and getting the budget right or short, but it's about a lot of goals which have been negotiated by the international community for decades now. So they are not perfect. This is Agenda 2030. It's the first time that we have at the global level an agenda which is called Transformative, and it's also the name of this day. So I was rather surprised that all day long nobody even spoke about that, while we know that the global deal, the criticism against the global deal is that it's not social enough. But in the Agenda 2030, you have nearly half of the goals, which are very social goals, important social goals. So I think there is a contradiction in that, but I think the day was very, very interesting, and thank you very much, ETUI, for that day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So if you could all just very brief concluding sort of response, maybe perhaps you can address everything that was said, but and then we can wrap up. Maybe I can start from here.
Thank you. No, maybe to conclude, I'm not sure that I got all the questions, or at least I'm not sure I have an answer to all the questions that have been raised. But maybe to conclude on democracy at work and the link with just transition, without repeating all what has been said, clearly social dialogue, industrial relations, workers' participation, collective bargaining is the cornerstone of the strategy. But it's a necessary condition, but not a sufficient one. We also need a broad macroeconomic framework that will ensure that we will have jobs to defend. And that's why we insist so much in our different documents on also the need to have comprehensive industrial policy. Because if you do not think about things like ensuring the supply of enough decarbonized electricity at an affordable price, if you do not think to things such as how to adapt the infrastructure for energy, for logistics, for transport, if you do not include some kind of trade and geopolitical perspective in that, if you do not anticipate also the kind of skills needs that we will have in the future, all the things that we are promoting might be useless. If we enter a new wave of quick desindustrialization and destruction of the EU industrial base, I mean, this is just be a beautiful piece of poetry. Poetry is important, but we want to make more than that. We want to make a difference in the real world for the people we represent and we speak on behalf of. And maybe to answer one of the questions that I got, yeah, digitalization is also there. That's why we refer to the twin transition. Decarbonization and the greening of the economy is not the only trend, and maybe not the main trend, which is impacting the labor market in the world of work. It goes maybe a bit beyond some of the topic of today's panel, but we have collective solutions to tackle that, starting with working time reduction, for instance. So it's part of this basket of issue we have to tackle with
a series of tools of the industrial democracy. So it's just another layer of complexity, but for me, it's a bit the two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to react against the criticism that the trade unions, as far as I understood it, were puppets of the oligarchy. I mean, I'm a little bit offended about this kind of comments, not personally, but mostly in the place of the people that I just met on the streets. And I was at the demonstration. I'm going to tell you 3 stories, very, very true stories. Again, 3, very brief, about some of the what happened there. I was talking to one of the Ryanair organizers who has organized the 2018 international strike and now has lost his job because the company fired them. So you're not going to tell me that he's a puppet of the oligarchy. I was talking to a friend of mine who is organizing, and I'm sorry, I'm getting excited, who is organizing people working in the embassies, telling stories about drivers of ambassadors who are being abused, personally abused, and almost slavery-like conditions that he's organizing. I'm sorry, you're not going to tell me that that is a puppet of the oligarchy. And another one, it was another friend of mine who had to run to a company just the day before yesterday because somebody suicided in his truck. And of course, he had to go and talk to the people, etc. The management was not even there. It was the trade union officer who had to do the socio-economical support of that. You're not going to tell me that this is a puppet of the oligarchy. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Stan.
Yes, on the digitalization and robots issue, I think the lockdowns and the recent COVID crisis has shown us the need for overcoming digitalization and taking into account the materiality of economy, the need for industry in Europe, which could be close to the European citizens, especially on the medication field. And we see digitalization is not a good horizon for the future. We need reindustrialization, which could be decided at the territorial level, like in my Rouen example. So I think the future is open on this ground, and digitalization can no longer be a motive for regressive labor law reform, as we have seen in France during the 10 last years, under the pressure of European Commission.
Thank you. Maybe 3 quick points. In terms of employee ownership, I don't have the time to explain this, but I think that democratizing ownership is not the same as democratizing voice, democratic voice. And so actually, if we want to move beyond capitalism, we need to do the 2 things, because you can very much imagine that we would democratize ownership, but then nevertheless, the firm would remain despotic in its power structure. Or you could nationalize the ownership and yet still have a despotic structure. So you have to reason on the 2 avenues for democratization, and actually they go very well hand in hand, and we can indeed see that ESOP plans are a way to fully democratize a firm. I have some writing about that. If that's of interest, we can talk after. On the co-determination, I very much see the point of pointing at a variety of stakeholders and say, oh, but giving power to workers is not enough because we need to value all these stakeholders. Here, I think we have to have our ideas very clear. Actually, why would workers be legitimate to exercise power in the firm? Well, that's because they are the ones who are governed by the decisions of the firm. And stakeholders are not governed by the decisions of the firm. Stakeholders are impacted. And so in that way, I think that certainly as a transitory step, we could very much imagine that workers would get the right to co-decide, the same right as the rights that today capital owners have, and that stakeholders would have consultation and information rights, which is the status that currently workers have. So that would be my way to think about these problems. And then the third point about the robots question, I think automation and artificial intelligence really radicalize the need to stop the concentration of power in the hands of capital owners. So this is truly like the issue on which we need to reflect about the democratic strategy. If that is not the way to go, and I would not suggest that this should be the way to go, to concentrate even more the power into the hands of capital owners, then it's urgent to think about how we're going to democratize firms so that the choices of the future, and actually of today in every school with ChatGPT, for instance, are not taken in the interests of those who are seeking a return on their capital investment. This is a crazy proposition, but this is how we are organizing life today, and this should be not the case, I guess.
Okay, very fast. Yeah, regarding the trade unions and their role, of course, yeah, I wouldn't say that they are puppets or that we are puppets either, but I understand the point that many times trade unions are more reactive than active. But I would link this exactly with the position that we are. With reduced numbers, with decreased membership, it's very hard, to be the agenda setter when you need to fight, the strong institutions and the capital. But of course, this should not be the excuse. This should be a motivation, of course, to increase our numbers and to regain the power that we might had in the past. And yeah, about the robotization, I would very much agree with what has been said. We should use the opportunity of digitalization and robotization to start the discussion about reducing the working time, but also about taxing the robots, which is basically, taxing the profits that they create, and new discussions about redistribution of wealth. I think this is what we need to start talking about, and also maybe imagining a society beyond work, definitely beyond work 40 hours per week, hopefully.
Thank you very much. So the bad news is that we are over time and I have to wrap it up here, but the good news is there's going to be a cocktail just after this, so please join us for this, and please join me in thanking the speakers for this panel, but also for the whole day. Thank you so much for your inspiring talks. And thank you also to the audience and to my great colleagues Bianca and Wouter, and also Maria and Christo for helping to organize the event. Thank you again, and see you outside.
Thank you.
Let's get a drink.